Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. We have a bunch of 5 exactly work sessions we're going to do today, and I'm going to read the order quickly. We're going to do LD 474 first. Second, we'll do LD 2174. Third will be LD 2141. Fourth will be LD 2036. And fifth will be LD 2070. So I'm going to let the committee introduce themselves as we get going with our work, and we will start down at the right-hand side of the horseshoe.
Good morning, Art Bell. I represent Yarmouth, House District 103.
Good morning, Representative Morgan Riley. I represent House District 127, which includes part of Westbrook.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tammy Somershall Burgess. I represent House District 77. That's Mexico, Dixville, Hotfit, Canton, and Peru, and a little sliver of Livermore.
Good morning. I'm Bill Brigio. I represent District 60, which is the east side of Augusta.
And good morning. I'm Senator Janice Tepler. I represent all of Saginaw County and the town of Dresden in Lincoln County and serve as Senate Chair of the committee. However, this is my bill, and so my good co-chair will be running the meeting for the first 2 bills this morning.
Good morning. I'm Lori Osher. I represent House District 25. That's the majority of Orono. Orono is the home of the University of Maine, and it's named after Chief Orono of the Penobscot Nation.
I'm Mike Soboleski. I represent the 73rd District in the Western Mountains, parts of Franklin, Oxford, and Somerset counties.
Morning, everybody. I'm Dan Ankles. I represent House District 100, which is a central part of Brunswick from the Androscoggin down to Mere Point.
Good morning. My name is Stacy Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which includes all of Gorham and most of Scarborough. And I want to share with you all that I had the most beautiful cross-country ski across my land that I steward. It's 900 contiguous acres of land protected, some of which used LMF money, but the moon was setting, the full moon on one side of the hayfield, and the sun was rising on the other.
Beautiful, just beautiful. I'm Vicki Dudera. I represent House District 41, the towns of Camden and Rockport, and I got into Camden Hills State Park this morning in the snow, which was lovely. I am proud to co-chair this committee along with Senator Tepler. And before we get underway, I want to just introduce Dan Tartikoff, who is our analyst, and Ashley Malsbury, who is our very able clerk. We're lucky to have them. And we will start right off with LD 474 and take us through it, Dan.
Sure. So the title of this bill is an act to improve Maine's environment and protect natural resources. This is a placeholder concept draft that Senator Tepler introduced last year. It was carried over. By way of background, in 2025, this committee heard LD 754 from Senator Bennett, which is an act to ban the sale, use, and possession of single-use electronic cigarettes and to review extended producer responsibility options for all batteries. That bill was carried over to 2026 to allow the department to convene a stakeholder group to develop recommendations for the establishment of an extended producer responsibility proposal for all batteries. The department did hold that stakeholder group over the interim, and in mid-January of this year posted a draft battery stewardship proposal for public comment as part of its annual product stewardship report. That report was finalized and submitted to this committee along with received comments in mid-February, and I did send that to all of you electronically. Also in January of this year, this committee voted ought not to pass on LD 754. It was noted during that bill's final work session that because of the voting deadlines for carryovers, the committee would proceed with consideration of that battery stewardship proposal as an amendment to this concept draft. This amendment was designed to incorporate the substance of the department's proposal with additional revisions made by committee staff, myself, at the sponsor's direction for clarity, structure, and to ensure consistency with legislative drafting standards and the product stewardship framework law. I will not go over the concept draft amendment, and we'll skip over to some of the discussion here. It was noted in multiple proponent testimonies that improperly discarded batteries, particularly rechargeable lithium-ion batteries have repeatedly caused fires at waste and recycling facilities and other locations in Maine, often resulting in substantial property damage and threatening public safety at or near those locations. Proponents believe that proper end-of-life management of these batteries that will be provided by this program will substantially protect against such future events. It was also suggested in hearing testimony that 8 states and the Washington, D.C. have enacted similar legislation establishing a broad battery stewardship program. On the next couple pages, there's a number of proposed recommendations for edits to the program, but one I did want to highlight in particular because there was quite a bit of discussion about it, regards embedded batteries. So the amendment initially excludes from the stewardship program embedded batteries that are contained in and not easily removable from battery containing products. Those embedded batteries will begin to be covered by the program in 2030. There was some testimony arguing that managing and collecting those embedded batteries and the products they are contained in is complex, and that including embedded batteries, even if it's delayed as proposed in the amendment, is inconsistent with other states that do not yet include embedded batteries. That testimony recommended that the issue of embedded batteries be deferred to future discussion, but not included in this program, at least initially. There are a number of other proposals that were made for changes to the amendment, including excluding a number of categories of batteries from the program, such as batteries in vapes, batteries contained within a product developed or manufactured for public health, environmental, or water quality testing purposes, and batteries that are motor vehicle components or parts or intended for use exclusively in motor vehicles, including replacement parts. I did want to just finally note that the amendment provides that under the program that any proprietary information submitted by DEP pursuant to the new law, submitted to DEP pursuant to the new law that is identified as proprietary information must be handled by the department in the same manner as it handles confidential information under Title 38, Section 1310-B. This is standard language that is duplicated in every recently enacted product stewardship law and is consistent with the process by which confidential information is generally managed at DEP. Under Title I, Section 434, however, because this provision represents a new public records exception, if this proposal is supported by a majority of the committee, this language must be submitted to the Judiciary Committee for a public records exception review. This is a process that this committee regularly engages in, mostly once a session, with the assistance of committee staff. So we can talk about that more if this bill is advanced by a majority of the committee. I did also want to note that while we don't have fiscal information, the program is structured to provide that the department's administrative costs related to program oversight are paid by battery producers, but that it's been the case in recent new stewardship program proposals that an appropriation has been necessary to cover DEP costs for the period in which the program is set up, rules adopted, and until the required producer payments are made and offset those administrative costs. The department may be able to provide more information regarding anticipated fiscal costs required for enactment. So I'm happy to answer any questions about the proposal specifically or about any of the issues that I discussed in that analysis.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Tartikoff. Before we go to questions, I'm going to let the representative to my right introduce himself.
Hi, Dick Campbell, House District 19, Orrington, Holden, Eddington.
Great. Okay, committee, do we have any questions on what we have just heard, the analysis? Okay, I'll go first with Rep. Sobolewski and then we'll go with you.
Thank you, Representative. Dan, has there been any discussion that you're aware of, it doesn't mention here, with the producers at this point to even make them aware that we're doing this or what their thoughts are or?
The department held a stakeholder group to develop what eventually became this proposal over the last interim, and that was open to the public. I didn't follow it closely. They would be able to answer better to what degree battery manufacturers or other entities that would be considered producers under this law have been consulted and provided input on.
Okay, the program of the fire marshal, as far as the sites, the collection sites, do we know what that looks like? Is that just leaving it totally to them to determine how many there are, where they're going to be and things of that nature?
Yeah, so the the producers that are establishing a program would be required to establish a collection system for different categories of batteries that have to meet a convenience standard. And so it's set up in the bill slightly different for what they call portable batteries versus medium format batteries, damaged or defective batteries, and then beginning in 2030, embedded batteries. But generally speaking, there's supposed to be a geographic distribution of collection sites so that it's convenient to members of the public and residents of the state to find a place to drop off their unwanted batteries.
With 2030 on the embedded batteries, does it anything as far as how we're going to deal with that now, or are we letting that sit until then?
This law is structured so that the collection system would begin in 2030. There's obviously quite a bit of time before then to make changes to the program as necessary to incorporate that. I think what some of the opponents were suggesting is to not include embedded batteries at present, and then if the information is collected, to allow it to begin in 2030, then have that discussion in the future.
Thank you.
Rep. Sobolewski, would it be helpful if we had the commissioner come up and we can ask her a few questions?
Oh, and who was in the stakeholder group and all that? I just don't remember from the.
Yeah. Do you want to go ahead with your question, Senator?
I was actually going to ask if the commissioner could, oh, I'm sorry, if Carla O'Brien,
Hopkins.
thank you. If Director Hopkins could join us to answer some of these questions.
Good morning, Representative Dudera, Senator Tepler, members of the committee. I'm Carla Hopkins. I'm the Director of the Division of Materials Management at DEP. Brian Beneski's out currently, so I'm covering this today. He provided the initial testimony on this bill. Yes, we did engage stakeholders in discussions about this bill. At least 2 public sessions, as well as accepting public comment. And we did provide that information in our testimony. Let me quickly find it. My recollection, it was 2 public sessions along with accepting written comment and discussion as well. And as well as commenting on the product stewardship report.
Thank you, Representative. Were the producers part of that stakeholder group?
Yes,
They were there.
yes.
Thank you.
Senator Tepper, you have a question.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for being here, Director Hopkins, in Mr. Vineski's absence. Can you tell us if the department feels, since the department had a complete hand in drafting this bill, is the department feeling that by 2030 they will be ready to handle including the embedded batteries in the program?
So we do understand that that is a point of contention. We do think the lead-in that we have will provide the reporting that could inform that, and that if we're not ready, we could, ask for a change in the product stewardship report. We have that ability each year. That would be, it would definitely be looked at, as well as reports coming out of other jurisdictions. But, we do understand that as a point of contention and a concern for stakeholders. So, we would understand if the committee wanted to move off that. But I think we believe that lead-in time is something that we could use successfully.
So you feel that in 4 years, the department could be ready to handle the concerns that others have expressed about the embedded batteries?
Yes, and if we're feeling nervous about that, we do have the ability to ask for delay or a change in the law with the product stewardship report.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
I do have some
Director Hopkins.
information that was asked for. It has to do with a comparison of what other states are doing, and I can provide that if you would like that.
Sure, thank you. Yes, Rep. Gio.
I would like to move approval of LD 474 as amended at this time.
Okay, thank you. I have a second. Okay, Rep. Angeles. Do we have more discussion?
We have 2 minutes.
2 minutes, sure. Yes, 2-minute caucus.
So we're gonna do them one at a time. I go through them and vote on them one at a time.
Okay, I think everybody is back and we have a motion on the floor and it was seconded. So do we have any more comments or questions on the motion on the floor?
Sobolewski.
Yes, Zelinski.
Thank you, Representative. I don't have a problem with the majority of this bill at all. I'm concerned about the embedded part of it in 2030 as to how that's going to happen. The explanation was pretty sufficient that, we're going to deal with it when the time comes, then as a single issue. I'd like to see something happen with that. Roll it into a study now maybe or something like that so we can get ahead of that and figure out how to deal with it before that trigger comes at 2030. But I think that's what's going to be an issue. I don't even know how they would deal with embedded batteries, take that stuff apart, and get those out of there. So that's the part that concerns me. Not enough that it deters my vote, but I wish that we would be able to do something more substantial to that part of it now, instead of waiting to maybe kick it down the road again. That's what I want to say.
Any other comments or questions? No, okay, then I think we're ready to vote.
All right, the motion is ought to pass as amended on 474. Representative Bell, what is your vote?
Yes.
Representative Bell is yay. Representative Riley?
Yes.
Representative Riley, yay. Representative Schmerzel Burgess?
Yes.
Representative Schmerzel Burgess, yay. Representative Brigio?
Yes.
Representative Brigio, yay. Representative Campbell?
Yes.
Representative Campbell, yay. Representative Dudera?
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yay. Representative Osher?
Yes.
Representative Osher, yay. Representative Sobolewski?
Yes.
Representative Sobolewski, yay. Representative Ankleys?
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Brenner?
Yes.
Senator Brenner is yay. That's unanimous for all present. 10. Great.
Yes, Mr. Tartikoff.
If I may, this is a pretty lengthy and complex proposal. Typically, when the committee works through these stewardship proposals, there's always little technical changes here or there that need correcting. I did talk with DEP just before the vote, and there's a couple minor language tweaks that I think that I've been told are technical, non-substantive changes. If I could work with them to incorporate those into the amendment, bring it back to you and I'll highlight those, that would be great. Okay.
I think that sounds great. Thank you very much. Okay, well, good work on that one, committee. We can put that one aside. And now we are moving to LD 2174. And so we will look to Mr. Tartikoff for the analysis of that.
So, yeah,
Oh, yes, Rep. Ankleys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think in the interest of time, I think this might be one where we forego the analysis if that's okay. My thought is, if I could finish, the only part of this bill that I was remotely comfortable with is something that the department can already do by rule or is already planning on doing by rule anyway. That's the least controversial part of this bill. Everything else I was extremely uncomfortable with. And so with the greatest respect for the sponsor, I actually just want to make a motion of ought not to pass.
Second.
I'm sorry, who seconded that?
Morgan.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Senator Chepler, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to call for a not corner caucus, but a caucus briefly in our office, if that's okay.
3-minute caucus. Okay, we're back and we did have a motion on the floor that has been seconded, which is ought not to pass. Do we have any other questions or comments before we move to a vote? Yes, Rep. Riley.
I just wanted to say to the bill sponsor, I appreciate the work that he's done over the past 8 years on energy issues. But I mean, this bill is just not ready for prime time, and look forward to, if he returns in the future, look forward to working with him.
Any other questions or comments? Yes, Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Representative. One of the ideas that was floated on this as a possible amendment was 2 additional positions for the DEP so they could free up their permitting part of the work that they do. And I agree with that to the extent of there are some vacant positions that are there now, maybe giving new job descriptions, filling those instead. I think there is a lot of value in being able to work through this permitting process a lot quicker. So, but I think that was the road to go as far as that part of it went. I do appreciate the motion, and I will support the motion, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think, yes, the additional staff and some of the suggestions that were made that are good for the department to take. Senator Tepler.
I'm not sure I have much to add at this point, but I do think that this committee has made it very clear that all of us think that increased speed in permitting in the department is a high priority, and that we understand the department has difficulty hiring, perhaps because of salary limitations. And we think that there needs to be some thought about how that can be improved. And we are concerned that the department needs more personnel in order to speed permitting along. And I will also say that this was a pretty big bill to come to us towards the end of a session. We have to have 100% of our bills voted by next Friday. So to work a bill with this level of concern in it at this point is extremely difficult. And I think that's also part of the reason the committee feels that it can't move this forward at this time.
Okay, Rep. Campbell.
Thank you, Representative. I guess I was concerned about how narrow it was with technologies improving. If we were going to be working on the time period for permits, it should be all of the above. So I'm very pleased with the motion.
Any other comments? Okay, I will just add, I agree with you, Rep. Campbell. I really could not go along with the home rule part of this. Just thinking about here all the comments that we heard, and then just thinking of my own town and the work we've done with our ordinances, and so yeah, it's tricky. But we do appreciate the good work that the representative put into it. All right, I think now we're ready for a vote.
All right, motion is ought not to pass on 2174. Representative Bell, what is your vote?
Yes.
Representative Bell, yay. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yay. Representative Schmerzel Burgess.
Yes.
Representative Schmerzel Burgess, yay. Representative Brigio.
Yes.
Representative Brigio, yay. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Campbell, yay. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yay. Senator Tepler.
Yay.
Senator Tepler, yay. Representative Osher.
Yes.
Representative Osher, yay. Representative Sobolewski.
Yes.
Representative Sobolewski, yay. Representative Ankleys.
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yay. It's unanimous in favor of the motion. 11.
No. I'm
Okay.
sorry, but that's not considered appropriate decorum.
Right. Now I'm going to turn over to my able co-chair who's going to run the next work session.
Great. And our next work session will be on LD 2141. So we will turn to Mr. Tartikoff for explaining to us what his thoughts are.
Sure. So LD 2041 is one of two bills you have today that proposes changes to the contained redemption laws. This bill directs a portion of unclaimed beverage container deposits toward investment in the Lake Water Quality Restoration and Protection Fund and the Maine Working Farmland Access and Protection Program beginning October 1st, 2026, and as printed toward the Maine Commission on Public Defense Services to support Regional Public Defender Office staffing beginning August 1st, 2026. Prior to the hearing, the sponsor distributed a proposed amendment that removed Section 5 of the bill, that $2 million annual transfer of funds to the Commission on Public Defense Services. There was testimony from Representative Moonen that noted the governor's supplemental budget included funding to improve staffing levels at those offices, which he believes makes Section 5 no longer necessary. The sponsor noted in testimony two further recommended changes to the bill that were not included in that proposed amendment. One was to provide language to address a future situation where an increased redemption rate reduces the amount of unclaimed deposits not otherwise directed for expenditure by law to less than $4 million in funding, and to exempt from expenditure unclaimed deposits for spirits containers held by the State Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, or BABLO, which are currently credited to the Highway Fund. I did also want to note that under current law, Section 3108-A2D, which I've copied here, if the commingling cooperative does not implement a department-approved program plan by January 15th of 2026, which is at this point a date in the past, then all unclaimed deposits would have to be provided to DEP for use in its beverage container enforcement fund until that plan is implemented. It does not appear that DEP has yet approved a program plan from the commingling cooperative, so this provision would authorize DEP at present to direct unclaimed deposits to be transferred to the beverage container enforcement fund. Additional changes for the timeline for program implementation will be discussed in the next bill, LD 2036. That included a proposal to extend that January 15th date to June 15th. Absent such a change, however, until such time as the department approves the program plan, there may not be $4 million in unclaimed deposits available for transfer for the purposes identified in this bill, as all unclaimed deposits may be transferred to the department's enforcement fund. We don't yet have fiscal information. And with the permission of Senator Brenner, there's also an updated proposed amendment that can be shared.
Thank you, Mr. Tartikoff. Would the committee like to hear from Senator Brenner regarding her amendment?
Yes.
Okay, Senator Brenner, would you join Mr. Tartikoff and let us know what's in your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair and committee members. Dan, would you walk us through the 5 changes?
Sure. So the amendment you have in front of you includes the provisions in the prior amendment, which would direct $2 million annually of unclaimed deposits each beginning October 1st, 2026 to those 2 funds, one with the Department of Environmental Protection and the other one with the Department of Agriculture, Conservation, and Forestry. This is on page 2 of the amendment. There is language here, a separate paragraph that states if the total amount of expenditures required to be made under this paragraph, and those are all the unclaimed deposit expenditures, in any calendar year exceeds the total amount of unclaimed deposits that are available for expenditure. In the same calendar year, the cooperative is authorized here to reduce the amount of expenditures required to those 2 funds, to the Lake Water Quality Restoration and Protection Fund and the Maine Working Farmland Access and Protection Program, by the amount of that excess. So the intent there is if there's less than $4 million, that the amount of money that go to those 2 can be reduced so that the other expenditures authorized under this paragraph can be made. I've also moved, you'll see on the middle page 2, there's a paragraph that's struck. I've moved that further down and reenacted it, including these 2 new additional expenditures. And what this paragraph essentially does is directs that the cooperative to provide a narrative in its annual report to DEP regarding any recommendations it may have for a reduction in or amendment to the amount of payments under those 3 subparagraphs due to reduction in the amount of unclaimed deposits available for expenditure. That or a surplus of undistributed funding in any of those accounts. And so the intent of that is they would report this information to DEP, and then DEP would include that in its annual report to this committee, and then the committee could assess whether or not additional statutory changes are necessary. Section 2 of the amendment, which is on page 3, addresses the issue that Senator Brenner had noted at the hearing with Bablo's unclaimed deposits. This clarifies that unclaimed deposits managed by Bablo remain the property of Bablo and are the disposition of those deposits are determined by Bablo. And so you also got some information from Bablo directly on this bill. All of those deposits currently go into the highway fund. And so the intent here is that they would not be managed in the same manner as unclaimed deposits from all of the other commingling groups. There is a separate sentence here indicating that the Bureau, Bablo, still has responsibility for paying its apportioned cost share for the management of the single commingling program. I guess my presumption would be that it would just be paid in a manner other than with unclaimed deposits. I believe the intent there is to not affect highway fund revenues. The change in section 3 is related to that large paragraph in the first section of the bill that I moved. This is the language for the department's report to this committee that now incorporates that information from the cooperative regarding reduction in unclaimed deposits that they believe merit a change to the unclaimed deposit expenditures. And then section 4 of the amendment deals with a separate issue. This was brought up a number of times in the context of the LD 2036 hearing, issues that the department and the cooperative are encountering in obtaining sales transactions data from initiators of deposit. And so one item that was discussed by committee members was what enforcement mechanisms might be available. This amends the initiator of deposit annual reporting requirement statute in law to provide that an initiator that fails to report annually to the department as required by that section of law commits a violation of the beverage container redemption law, is subject to penalties under the penalties provision of that law, and as long as the violation exists, is prohibited from selling or distributing in the state any beverage container subject to the requirements of those laws, and that a distributor or dealer may not sell or distribute in the state any such containers of the initiator, and the department may remove from sale any such containers of the initiator. This mirrors language that's included in a number of other sections in the beverage container laws that was inserted in the first modernization bill that this committee passed a couple years ago. It's not incorporated into the general enforcement authorities under section 3111 in these laws. Perhaps that's an issue to be addressed another day, but this language would provide DEP with the authority to remove from the shelf products of an initiator that fails to report that sales data as required by law. So I can answer any questions anyone has about that, or Senator Brenner may have additional thoughts to share.
I forgot I'm running the meeting and I'm raising my hand again. I've done that before. Senator Brenner, before I go to Rep. Sobolewski, I just want to ask you, do you have a sense of the relative cost of this initiative to the overall amount of money that the beverage distributors are gaining in this whole process?
Thanks for the question, Senator Tepler. The understanding that we have is that there's about 1.1 to 1.2 billion beverage containers sold in the state of Maine annually. And we have a redemption rate that hovers somewhere between 72 to 75%. If we were to extrapolate that cost of the $4 million that we would take out of the unclaimed money from the beverages that remain in that unclaimed space. We're looking at a fraction of a cent spread amongst the 1.1 to 1.2 billion containers total. So for a 6-pack, for example, that might be 2 cents total.
Thank you very much, Senator. And Rep. Sobolewski, you had some questions. Okay. I think you can make a comment if you'd like now. We're in work session. We're not in
Thank you very much.
public hearing.
No, that's okay. I would like to see Mike Burwald and Doug Solomon from the distributors are here, and I'd like to bring them up and have their input, please.
Did we have their input at the public hearing?
I do
Rep.
not know, but
Sobolewski.
we've just received new information and new details and new costs and money figures, and I'd like them to come up and explain what their finances truly are from their perspective.
Okay, I will permit that, but I will say that I do not want to relitigate the entire public hearing. Thank you. Okay, so thank you. Does anyone have another question for Senator Brenner while she's here? Seeing none, we appreciate
Thank you.
that. Okay, and can you tell me the names of the folks you wanted to call again?
Doug Solomon, Mike Burwald.
Okay,
They're right.
please come on up. If you want to bring another chair up, you can. Oh, and you're sitting right there, so I think you're okay. All right,
Mike Noel is not present.
Oh,
okay, thank you.
Mike Berry.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Senator. Good to see you again. Would you please go through, you've heard what the amendment is, just review the numbers, the figures. There's been a lot of conversation about how much money is actually available, how much is being spent, and I don't remember what those figures are.
Excuse me, can I just interrupt and ask you to introduce yourself and say who you're representing or who you work for?
Absolutely. Good morning. Mike Barrio. I'm president of Central Distributors in Lewiston, Maine, and Aristic Beverage in Presque Isle, Maine, in Aroostook County. We're a beverage distributor. We sell beer, wine, soft drinks, local family-owned company since the 30s. Also, president of the Maine Beverage Redemption Group, oftentimes referred to as the co-op, the cooperative for the commingling of commingling groups.
Same question, sir.
Sure.
You've heard what the amendment is, and I'm trying to get my head wrapped around the actual numbers, the expenses, things of that nature. Could you tell us?
Of course,
that
and
stands?
it's helpful. We've prepared and we've worked on 3 different sheets, illustrations to try to get at those numbers. The first being a calculation of our unclaimed deposits and kind of an estimate of between the $16 million number presented in our $11 million presented, and how those two numbers may be so different. A second document that I have that I'd be happy to walk through is actually a budget for our cooperative MBRG group that actually calculates the unclaimed deposit and then shows the costs that those unclaimed deposits are and have traditionally been offsetting. And so, the idea that these unclaimed deposits are sitting on a balance sheet and that we're kind of enjoying the spoils of these unclaimed deposits, we can effectively illustrate that our costs to manage the bottle bill far exceed any unclaimed deposits that flow through our systems. And then a third document that I'd be happy to share and walk through is just an illustration of the different types of costs within our own beverage distributorship that we incur to, pay handling fees, reimburse bags, pay for drivers, pay for fuel, pay for warehouse labor, pay for recycling costs. The different commodity types offer different values and costs associated with them. For example, glass is a very expensive commodity to recycle, and so those costs, far outweigh the 1 penny per container that was alluded to that $4 million might be in the context of the price of a bottle of beer or a 6-pack of beer. Those pennies add up to quite a lot at the end of the day. That 1 penny adds up to 4 million quite easily. And those are costs that are borne by our distributors and our members every day to make the bottle bill successful. So I'm happy to share those illustrations or walk through them in greater detail if that's helpful. But we've prepared those today for your benefit.
I don't think great detail is necessary. Can you give a summary of it quickly?
Yes. Okay, so
That's okay.
yes,
Yeah,
I think
so-
we can have a handout to add to our collection.
Sure.
Thank
And the way those are piled up is I think there's 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3.
And do you have another question, Rep. Sobolewski?
Not really. I just wanted to break down on the actual numbers themselves that we've
Okay.
been hearing.
Well, and that's coming around, I
The
believe.
gentleman could do that.
And yes, and Senator Brenner, you had a question for Mr. Barrio?
Thank you.
Mike.
Mike, please turn off your, yes, thank you.
Thank you,
Mike,
Madam Chair. So one of the things that my colleague Rep. Ankleys brought up when you presented expense data previously, or perhaps it was the lobbyists that represents one of your members here, but that expenses alone don't quite tell the full story. So what are the earnings from the sale of materials, from the recycling of materials that then get remade into bottles that you're reusing for water bottling, that sort of thing. So we don't see that in these sheets, and so I feel like an expense sheet alone doesn't quite tell the full story. Did you bring that data as well?
Well, I would say you more or less have them baked into the second exhibit that I provided. So our pickup and processing costs, our processing fees are generally paid to a processor like a Main Recycling, and the costs that we pay to the processor to process, say, aluminum or glass are offset by any value that's incurred from that aluminum or additional costs from that glass. So to maybe answer that question a little better and maybe frame it in terms of our distributorship, Central Distributors, prepared to have to answer that question, I jotted down a couple numbers from the perspective of our company, Central Distributors, and our scrap values received versus our costs. So Central Distributors alone, our company, let me find that number for you. For our net scrap value, which is the value of the commodity aluminum relative to the cost of the glass, our company receives a benefit of probably between $30,000 and $50,000. And if I were to break that out between the value of the aluminum versus the cost of the glass, we probably would have otherwise, if we had no glass, we would probably see an income a little over 100,000, maybe 130,000 of aluminum scrap income coming in. But because the cost of the glass is so high, that number drops considerably, and there's really only a net benefit of about 30 to 50,000 of scrap value. I think we're beverage distributors. We don't own the brands, but we distribute the brands and we manage the bottle bill for those brands. I think other companies like Coke and Pepsi and Poland Spring have an even better story related to their scrap, because they're selling their scrap, of course, but then they're also charged with turning that scrap into a new bottle or a new can. Us as beverage distributors are a little bit different, and that's why I laid those numbers out the way I did for scrap aluminum versus cost of glass.
Madam Chair, may I continue with questions?
Yes, go ahead.
And do you operate in other states or just in Maine?
Just in Maine.
And when you talk to your colleagues that do the same work in Vermont, Michigan, New York, and Massachusetts, where they aren't keeping the unclaimed deposits to operate their bottle redemption program, and the money is considered public dollars and goes back into the state for public good, what do they have to say about how they're managing the costs?
I haven't had those conversations with Vermont or other states.
Does it seem like the beverages have trouble being distributed, or that that might be worth considering those conversations?
My guess is, and this is probably what we would face in our state, that if we were to lose the unclaimed deposits, that money's gonna come from somewhere. Our company can't continue to operate with that money just gone. So what would most likely occur is an increase in the cost of beverages. So my expectation, I don't want to speak for anyone in those states, but my expectation is that if they did in fact lose those unclaimed dollars to help operate their bottle system, they likely experience the price increase.
What,
in
and
the
what would that look
beverage
like
types.
per bottle?
I'm not sure. I mean, you did the math. It sounded like a penny or two or three per container. That's possible.
And do you envision that would change the consumer's behavior?
It could. In an environment that we're in right now, we're finding it's hard to pass along these costs because people are quite sensitive to how much they're paying for products. And so, in particular with beer right now being in a kind of a soft environment, I would expect that it could change a person's behavior.
Other questions? Yes, Representative Campbell, a question for Mr. Barrio?
Thank you, Senator. So do I understand it that in terms of your duties after the sale of the product, you then, as a group, collect and process? Do you get a stipend for that piece?
We do not.
So you don't get reimbursed for after your sale, collecting it from the redemption centers to wherever?
Correct. That cost is borne on us.
Totally.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. And I would also draw the committee's attention to the information from Director Lucchini of Bablo, the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations, which definitely outlines a certain amount of money flowing through to the state from those operations. I'm a little confused because some of his numbers seem a little, I think what we've got is 7 million to the general fund, and it says 60 million, but I think he means 60,000, judging by the other numbers on the page. No. Oh, it's okay. So 7 million to the general fund and 60 million to the highway fund from Bablo Spirit Operations. So that's a lot of money, and the unclaimed deposits are a portion of that. Yes. Representative Sobolewski, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. The money that goes to the unclaimed deposit, that goes to the highway fund, how is that handled? Do you guys write a check for that, or how does that happen? And if this was to pass, how much would that money be reduced?
I believe that's the Bablo number, this main spirits number, which I can't speak directly about how they do that. But according to our calculation, that number for the Bablo main spirits unclaimed is 600,000, 600, in that ballpark. And so if that money were, so again, the question, how,
Where does the money into the highway fund come from? If it comes from Bablo and it's $600,000, is that what they contribute to the highway fund?
That's what it sounds like.
Dan,
I think
you
Mr.
seem-
Tarkov has the answer.
So all spirits sales in the state are managed by Bablo.
Mhm.
So there's a representative of DAS that can speak to that, but
Perfect.
it's a state agency. So the setup is those unclaimed deposits through some process are transferred each fiscal year to the highway fund, and a portion, I guess, go to the general fund. That's not unclaimed deposits, the revenues from the operations. And so somehow
this-
unclaimed deposits are part of that figure.
So this $4 million doesn't come out of Bablo in any way.
So the way the amendment is set up in section 2, it would amend the unclaimed deposits law to direct that any unclaimed deposits that are managed by Bablo would not be subject to expenditure under that section of law. And so I think the intent here is it would not have an effect on highway fund revenues.
And Bablo is part of a commingling group,
Bablo is its own commingling group by law.
but it is a commingling group.
Yes.
but it's also a member of the Maine favorite, blah, 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 the,
The cooperative.
yes, thank you, the cooperative. That's the shorthand that's easier to use. Yes. Okay. Any other questions for Mr. Barrio? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony or your comments because it's a work session and it's not testimony. Okay, other thoughts, comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Riley.
I make a motion of ought to pass with Senator Brenner's amendment.
Okay, it's been moved. Can I have a second?
I'll say.
Okay, I have a second from Representative Dudera. Moved and seconded to move the, ought to pass the presented amendment to LD 2036.
214.
I'm sorry, 2141. Any further comments? Yes. Rep. Campbell.
Thank you, Senator. Being old, I remember the debates on whether or not to have a redemption for the bottle bill. And also having a family member in the business, the distributors were absolutely insanely opposed. After attending a Red Sox game, walking across that bridge overlooking the railroad track and seeing all the bottles down there, I said, no, I think this is a good idea. So the people passed it. And now what do? As I understand it, the distributors got together and said, okay, I guess we'll have to take care of this. So a few bonded together and they created the next step from redemption centers to conclusion. Today, I was surprised to hear that the distributors don't get even a stipend to process that. And I think we heard testimony that it costs them millions of dollars to do that. The biggest problem I have with this bill is it's the typical camel's nose under the tent. This looks like a big pot of money that not only the outside world looks to take a piece of, but once this happens, the outside world is going to be all over it. I just don't think last session we worked with the redemption centers and got them some compensation. We thought that would be it, but I'm not sure that the returnable system is at its conclusion in terms of funding and resources. So to tap this sort of pot of gold that people look at from the outside, I think is crazy and totally against it. Thank you.
Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. I'm going to attempt to be tempered in what I have to say about this.
Please do.
We've been on this issue since 2023 when we first started with this. As Representative Campbell said, if anybody that was on this committee then knows what we went through. It was first part was to get some more money for the redemption centers so that they could stay in business. We'd lost 18 of them in 1 year. So that was the most critical part of the first half of this bottle bill that we went through and worked on. The second half was to get to sort by container material type. We've been working on that ever since. My desire back then was to slow down, make sure we get everything correct before we put it into action. But we didn't. We pushed and pushed and pushed. We have to have it now. We didn't perfect this program prior to enacting it, and look where we are now. We still don't have a program that's viable. Now, we want to raid their money. Take $4 million from them that were just hypothetically there and not listening to the fact about what the expenses are. And I think that is unconscionable of us to attempt to do that. We want to claim that it's our money because someone left it and didn't go back and get it. That was their responsibility. That was their problem, their fault. That's not the fault of the distributors, the comminglers, or anybody else. They were given that money, and now we're saying, we're going to take it because we want it for another process, another program, and we can because it's there and we have the votes. And I think that is unconscionable of us to do this. I think we're on very, very, very close to losing control of this bottle bill. And I would not be shocked at all if the distributors or anybody else slammed the brakes on this entire thing and said, if you want to abuse us, we're out. So I'm really disappointed that we're doing this, especially knowing the information, the factual information about finances that were given over and over and over and over again. That there's not $16 million there. There are additional expenses which are in place. So I think that we are on the precipice of actually destroying all the good work we did since 23 and having them push back and say, we're just not going to do it. I'm a no on this. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just would remind the committee that there are states with deposit programs where the sheets belong to the state and not to the bottlers. So, no, sir, I'm the chair. I'm not calling on you to argue with me about that. Thank you.
Another state that does that.
Yes, sir. Okay, so unless there are more comments or concerns from the committee, I would have a vote. Yes, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am of the belief that it is our responsibility as legislators to be very responsible with public dollars. I see the bottle deposit program as a form of public dollar. And so when it's unclaimed, I think we need to be thoughtful about how we spend it and what it's used for. Legislation is always iterative. We're always going to be back here considering everything we've done before because that's how the system works. And it works best when it's iterative and makes changes along the way. We need to be thoughtful about the costs in our environment with regard to lake health and farmland loss. The realities of moving this legislation forward if manufacturers and distributors were to raise the price on a beverage by 1 cent, to me feels like a small price to pay for the outcome of using public dollars. I see farmland and lake health. I see lakes and farmland as public infrastructure. Clean water is an essential component of how we are going to live in this world. And if we don't have land to farm, we aren't eating. The beverages that we're talking about, these are not essential for human health. Yes, they help our economy, but clean water, food off farms, those are essential. Those are essential for public health. They're essential for rural development. And so I'm grateful to my colleagues who are supporting the legislation, and I look forward to continued conversation.
I'll allow it.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that. These are not public dollars. These are monies that people have given as a deposit. In other words, you bring that back, you can have the money back. Nobody said, I'm going to give you 5 cents as a deposit, and if I don't come get it, you can use it for whatever choice you want as far as environment goes. I agree that there are are things that we need to take care of as far as our environment goes. That I've been on this committee 4 years, of course I do. But those are not public funds. They were abandoned funds given up by these people, and they belong to the distributors. Thank you.
Campbell?
Um,
Yes.
okay, Rep. Campbell, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Senator. So, I think we all agree with the value of our lakes. Last cycle, a good representative from Augusta had a bill for that, that also needed funding. And I'd like to know the story, about why Approach didn't fund it in the original bill from last cycle.
Are you asking Representative Brigio to respond, Representative Campbell?
Or anybody that knows anything about it.
I think Representative Brigio, if you have something to say, I'd welcome it.
I'll pass.
All right. Okay. All right, Representative Campbell, last comment, please.
The point of my question is, if it wasn't important enough to Approach, why are we rating something that should be addressing the redemption problem?
Okay. So we have a motion ought to pass as amended with the amendment that was presented today. And we have an argument about whether the funds belong to the distributors or whether they are essentially monies to be used for the good of the environment. And I think it's time to take a vote. Thank you, Ms. Malsbury. Thank you.
All right, for the motion of ought to pass as amended on 2141, Representative Bell, what is your vote?
Yes.
Representative Bell, yay. Representative Riley.
Yay.
Representative Riley, yay. Representative Schmerzel Burgess.
No.
Representative Schmerzel Burgess, no. Representative Brigio.
Yes.
Representative Brigio, yay. Representative Campbell.
No.
Representative Campbell, nay. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yay. Senator Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yay. Representative Osher.
Yes.
Representative Osher, yay. Representative Soboleski.
No.
Representative Soboleski, nay. Representative Ankleys.
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yay. I have 8 in favor and 3 opposed. What is the
Okay.
minority report, if there's one?
Minority report? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malsbury. Okay, and with that, we will move to 2036. Yes. Where is my 2036? Is that it? No. Here we go. So, Mr. Tartikoff, would you present us with your analysis on 2036?
Sure. LD 2036 is an act to clarify the approval process for the operation of the commingling program for the management of beverage containers. This is presented by Representative Campbell. The bill amends the laws governing the beverage container redemption program to provide that the operation plan for the management of beverage containers. I'm actually not going to read the summary of the bill or the additional background. I think we've talked quite a bit about this. I'll jump to page 2. Prior to the hearing, the sponsor distributed a lengthy proposed amendment that the committee understands was developed by the Maine Beverage Association with input from other members of the commingling cooperative. Due to the length of the amendment and the short period of time between its release and the hearing, much of the testimony received related only to the bill as printed, which was much narrower. A number of persons testifying, including DEP, indicated they had not yet had a chance to review the amendment in depth. The Maine Beverage Association described the proposed amendment in testimony, noting that the general intent behind the proposed changes was to keep redemption centers paid within the current time frame without adding additional steps in time, get DEP the sales data and other information it needs, keep the money movement as simple and error-free as possible, and reduce administrative costs for the cooperative. The specific changes described in greater detail in the Maine Beverage Association's testimony primarily relate to the requirements for the single commingling program plan, to certain compliance dates in the law, and to the management of unclaimed deposits. Given the status of the cooperative's plan and the submission already made to DEP, some of the changes in the amendment may need to be enacted as an emergency, and some may need to be made retroactive. There was also testimony provided in the hearing regarding the status of the single commingling program plan. It appears that the cooperative submitted a plan to the department for establishing the single commingling program in September of 2025. After identifying deficiencies with the submission, the department engaged in a working group process with the cooperative to revise the plan. Most recently, it was noted that DEP provided additional suggested revisions to the plan to the cooperative for review, requesting action by January 19th. At present, it does not appear that a plan that meets the requirements of the law has been submitted by the cooperative to DEP and accepted by the DEP as complete. There was also discussion and testimony from members of the commingling cooperative regarding one particular impediment to finalizing the program plan and eventually managing the program and transitioning from sorting by brand to sorting by container type, and that is the lack of sales data reporting by certain initiators of deposit. We talked about this in the last bill. There is a provision of law that requires initiators to annually report to DEP concerning its deposit transactions in the preceding calendar year, and including information regarding the number of non-refillable beverage containers sold by the initiator in the state by container size, by beverage type, and by redemption value, delineated at a minimum into wine, spirits, and all other beverage types, and must include the number of non-refillable beverage containers returned to the initiator by beverage type and by redemption value. There was some discrepancy in testimony regarding the exact percentage of initiators that have failed to report the required data. However, it does appear that the number of initiators not in compliance with that requirement is substantial. That lack of sales data for a substantial number of initiators appears to be impeding certain aspects of program development, including apportionment of operational costs for the program amongst the commingling groups and individual initiators. Committee members did discuss mechanisms that might be implemented or actions that might be taken to address these data collection problems and initiator noncompliance with sales data reporting. As an aside, one of the provisions in the LD 2141 amendment was designed to accomplish some of that noncompliance. There was also one issue raised at the hearing by some persons testifying that was not addressed in the bill or in the proposed amendment, and that concerns a requirement that all beverage container labels include a UPC. It was suggested that prior to the 2023 modernization law, department rules did not require wine bottle labels to include a UPC, but that a recent DEP rule proposal would in fact require UPCs on all wine bottle labels, which some testifying suggested may reduce brands of wine available for sale in Maine. There is a preliminary fiscal impact statement from the fiscal office, which I noted appended here, but I guess I forgot to attach. I can get you a copy of that later. It's from January and indicates that the bill as printed would result in a minor cost increase in other special revenue funds, and that any additional cost to DEP from the bill as printed are minor and can be absorbed within existing budgeted resources. I also have, with Representative Campbell's permission, I have an amendment for his bill that can be distributed that is intended to incorporate the draft amendment that was distributed on his behalf at the hearing, along with some additional changes that I understand arose from discussions between the cooperative members, the department, and some additional stakeholders.
Okay.
I can also answer any questions anyone has.
So that's
right
what's being distributed right
Yes.
now? Okay, perfect. While we wait for that, do we have any questions of Mr. Tartikoff? Yes, go ahead, Rep. Gigi.
Not of Mr. Tartikoff, but of the DEP at the appropriate time.
Okay, any questions of Mr. Tartikoff right now? Okay, thank you very much. Let's have the DEP come up, and will that be Director Hopkins? Yes.
Do you want me to go through any of this amendment?
I think that's a great idea. Yes.
Okay. So this amendment is designed to replace the bill as printed. It includes an emergency preamble and emergency clause. So this would be emergency legislation. The first section of the bill makes a number of changes to the requirements for the program plan to be submitted by the cooperative by January 15th, 2025. At the very end of the bill, there's a retroactivity clause. The changes here to the program plan requirements, if this law were enacted, would be made retroactive to January 1st, 2025. So they would apply to the plan submission that's currently under discussion with the department. So the first change here requires that the submitted plan be signed by each member of the cooperative's board. And each member that signs the plan must include a written certification stipulating the member will comply with the plan following department approval and upon implementation. The second change here concerns a change to the date by which the program will complete the transition from beverage container sorting upon redemption by material type. By sorting by brand to sorting by material type. In current law, that's supposed to be completed no later than October 1st, 2026. This would push that date out to April 1st, 2027. The next change on page 2, sort of in the middle, is a new paragraph. This is the portion of the plan that relates to fair apportionment of costs for the operation of the program among the commingling groups and initiators. This just requires the plan to include a description of the methods by which the cooperative will facilitate the reporting to it of IOD sales data and other information necessary for determining cost apportionment. And then it indicates here that an initiator that fails to report that information as set out in the plan that would be approved by the department is subject to the same penalties that we discussed under the prior bill related to initiator reporting to the department. So there's already an existing provision in the plan that indicates to any initiator after plan approval that's not in compliance with all the requirements of the approved plan is in violation of the beverage container redemption laws and is subject to the same enforcement actions. The next change in subparagraph 3 changes the under the current law. It's required that there's a third party audit of the method for determining beverage container redemption rates. This changes it to an independent review that's conducted in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And then there's a deletion of language that would require a redemption rate by region to the maximum extent practicable. In subparagraph 4 of this paragraph, there are a number of provisions in current law that describe what the estimated budget for the program must include. This deletes those and just states an estimated budget for the program. Subparagraph 5 changes language regarding payment of deposits and handling fees so that the law would read, the plan must include the method by which the cooperative will ensure that all deposits and handling fees are paid to redemption centers by the cooperative, the commingling groups, or their pickup agents on their behalf in a manner that fairly apportions the amount of those payments among all initiators. Subparagraph 6 relates to changes proposed to be made later on in the bill to the unclaimed deposits law. And I will touch on those when I get there. On the top of page 4, change to subparagraph 11, just to make clear that any information shared by a commingling group or an initiator with the cooperative, that entity designates as proprietary information. If the department ends up obtaining that information, the department would handle it as proprietary information consistent with what's already in the law regarding the handling of proprietary information. This was included in the modernization law, I believe, a number of years ago, and that public records exception has already been reviewed by the Judiciary Committee. This is really just a cross-reference. On the bottom, near the bottom of page 4, there is a change to subparagraph 14 to cross-reference the study that I will touch on in a minute that's already in law regarding building an infrastructure for refillable containers in the state. This just indicates that the plan's description of how the cooperative will support the development of infrastructure for refillable beverage containers must account for and incorporate the findings of that study, which is to be conducted after the plan's already approved. That's all of the changes to the plan requirements. That's in section 1 of the amendment. Section 2 of the amendment changes the date by which the plan is supposed to be implemented from January 15th, 2026 to June 15th, 2026. This June 15th, 2026 is a date that's sort of, this change from January to June of this year is a date that's included in a number of places in this amendment. Section 3 is the language regarding annual reporting by the cooperative to the department. This starts on page 5, but the changes are on page 6. It deletes language requiring that annual report to include the results of an independent third-party assessment of the effectiveness of the program's education and outreach efforts. And in subparagraph 6, similar to a change made earlier in this amendment, requires the financial report on the program, instead of being determined through a third-party financial audit, to be determined through an independent review conducted in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. Section 4 of the bill changes the time frame in which the cooperative is required to contract with a third party to conduct a study regarding redemption centers and redemption technologies. That's something in the current law. It requires presently that study has to be contracted for within 90 days of program plan approval. This would change it to 120 days. Section 5 of the amendment amends something I spoke about a minute ago, the required study for the feasibility of achieving refillable and reusable beverage container goals in the state. This current study is required to be completed by July 15th, 2026. The language here on the top of page 7 requires the study to be initiated by December 31st of this year and completed by July 15th of 2027. And then there's a corresponding change made to the date by which this information is to be included in the report from the department to this committee.
Yes, hold on, Mr.
Sure.
Hardikoff, just because Rep. Dudera has a question.
Right.
Go
Could you
ahead,
just
Rep.
repeat that part again? So the study now in the amendment is initiated by December 31st and completed by July 15th, 2027. But what did you say it had been previously?
So under current law, the bottom of the page before that, it was supposed to be completed by July 15th, 2026.
Okay, thank you.
So it's really pushing it out a year.
A year. Close.
Section 6 of the amendment is a change to the provision of law regulating the annual fee to be paid by the cooperative to the department. And it includes, as part of that fee, it's intended to offset the department's cost in the prior calendar year for its oversight, administration, and enforcement of the commingling program. And it clarifies that those enforcement costs include, but are not limited to, enforcement activities relating to fraudulent redemption of beverage containers and relating to initiator of deposit noncompliance with the approved program plan. Section 7, 7 through 10 make changes to the unclaimed deposits law. So in section 7, it pushes out that January 15th, 2026 date for whose property unclaimed deposits are to June 15th, 2026. And then in section 8, it removes language requiring unclaimed deposits to be deposited and maintained by the cooperative in separate segregated account or accounts. And it's simply instead accounted for by the cooperative. Section 9 makes a change to the language that we talked about in the last bill regarding what happens if a cooperative's plan is not implemented by a certain date, and the department having the authority to require all of the unclaimed deposits to be paid into the beverage container enforcement fund. This pushes that January date out again to June of this year. Section 10 of the bill strikes language in the rulemaking requirements under the unclaimed deposits law regarding the cooperative having to deposit unclaimed deposits into separate segregated accounts so that they can be managed for expenditure. That relates to another change with this section of the law that I just described. Section 11 of the bill is, I'm sorry, the amendment is identical to the amendment that you reviewed under 2141. Section 4 of the amendment to 2141 that was just voted is identical to this one. It provides enforcement authority to the department to remove from sale beverage containers of an initiator that fails to report sales data annually as required by law. Section 12 of the bill, that reporting section has another type of report that's required, and that's a report by pickup agents. This amends that section to, instead of referring to pickup agents, it refers to a designated pickup entity, which is a defined term under law. It clarifies it a little more than just the term pickup agent, which is another defined term, and broadens slightly the information that's required to be reported by these designated pickup entities. As I already discussed, the amendment includes a retroactivity clause, which makes the changes to the program plan requirements retroactive to January 1st, 2025. It also makes the changes to the unclaimed deposits provisions of law retroactive to January 1st, 2026. Because there are already some dates in that law that have already taken effect regarding transfer of funds to the department. I can answer any questions about the substance here, but I would note that this is language that was provided to Representative Campbell by members of the commingling cooperative, specifically Newell Auger of the Maine Beverage Association would be in a better position to talk about the basis for these changes and the reasons behind them.
Questions from the, or comments from the committee? Yes, Representative Angeles.
Thanks. Before Director Hopkins leaves, I wanted to quickly ask her a question, if that's okay.
Sure.
Thank you so much. And this is a little bit out of left field, but hopefully relevant to the bill. I would like to know how this bill interacts with some of the constituent feedback I've had over the last year around the really small out-of-state wine distributors and how the language of this might affect them, and just where we're at with respect to that, and does this bill have any effect on that? And I'm sorry for the
Sure.
randomness.
Carla Hopkins, Director, Division of Materials Management at DEP. Anyone wishing to distribute beverages in Maine would be required to join a commingling group, and then the commingling groups form the cooperative. That wouldn't change. That requirement has existed.
I know that one follow-up, if I might, that Mr. Beneski has sort of interacted with a couple of people who have called me, and I know he's out today, but had said that the response had been, hey, check back in early 2026 to see where the where the department has gotten to with respect to that issue a little bit. I know that they're required to join a group, but just trying to get a sense of what has changed in the last 6 months, if anything. And then I'll be done, I swear.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
So there,
Clark.
I don't know if this is what you're referring to, but there have been matters relating to direct-to-consumer wine sales that have been discussed in the VLA committee. And there was a report this session on direct-to-consumer wine sales. And my understanding of that report is there was a recent law change that made clear that those entities are required to participate in the beverage container redemption program and comply with the requirements of the law. And what I think they have experienced is that when faced with that decision, a number of direct-to-consumer wine sellers have decided to no longer ship into the state of Maine. I think it's a developing issue in that committee, but I don't know any more beyond that. Anya's still here if you have questions.
She looks uncertain about being able to refer directly to this issue. I think also the other issue that was brought up in that context was one about the UPC codes and whether or not small bottlers of wine, particularly originating in other countries, would be able to comply with the UPC code requirement. Is that, can you speak to that, Director Hopkins?
I might ask Elena Bertocci just to come up very quickly for that piece because I'm not as versed in it.
Thank you, Director Hopkins. Okay, we do have other questions for you, so if we can somehow make this just a temporary pause in your
Absolutely.
testimony, thank you. Thank you. Please. And Senator Brenner, you also have a question. Is it it's from Ms. Hopkins? Thank you, Director Hopkins. Yes, please go ahead.
So I can respond to the question about direct-to-consumer wine just briefly. We're having, some entities have decided it's not worth their while in terms of the cost, I believe, of participating. And then they were initially having trouble entering a commingling group. There wasn't a good fit. That problem has been, I believe, resolved. So those that would like to maintain, sales in Maine can do so at this point.
And would they be part of Babelo's commingling group?
No. There are a couple of avenues through which they're joining. And I think it's probably best for them to talk to us directly, but there are at least two. There are 3 commingling groups that have some of these small wineries in them.
Thank you.
At this point.
Yes, Rep. Briggio.
Thank you for being here. So do I understand that at some point we will end up in a situation where wines from foreign countries that may be distributed through Pine State or whomever won't be able to be sold if they don't have embedded in the label a UPC code?
So in 2023, when this law was updated, section 31055, which discusses label registration. There was a piece added that required label registration to include the UPC code. And so we have interpreted that to mean that the label registrations at this point need to require a UPC code. And so the part of department rule that had previously allowed wines to not provide a UPC code we have proposed that piece be struck.
So at some point, when I go to Hannaford to buy a bottle of French Beaujolais, that won't be on the shelf anymore?
My understanding is that anything sold at Hannaford has a UPC on it, but there are people here who can address that better than I can.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to just follow up for 1 second. The UPC code does not have to be embedded in the wine zone label. It can be a separate UPC label like price labels on other products as well. Does it have to be embedded directly in the wine's main bottling label?
That wouldn't be required, I don't think, by the law. I'm not an expert on UPC codes, but there is stickering that is done currently to allow some of these wine bottles that don't have all of the label requirements to comply with this program.
Okay, so the department allows the stickering of bottles that don't originally have the UPC code embedded in the label.
I don't know if there are regulations around UPC codes and how you can put those on a container. If that were allowed by if that were something that can be done, if you're allowed to put a UPC code on a container, I don't think the department would, I don't think there's anything in here that would prevent us from accepting that. I don't know if an entity that's not the original manufacturer can put a UPC code on a product. I don't know if that's something that can be done or not.
Okay, Rep. Reggio, go ahead. I guess I do want to say one more thing before I let you
Yeah,
ask
again,
your
I'm just
question.
thinking about this like a consumer
Never mind.
and I know that there's a little green thing that says Pine State that's been stuck on
Correct.
wine bottles. Fine. I'm seeing heads nodding and shaking behind you from the industry that is suggesting that it's a legal requirement that UPC barcodes, UPC codes, barcodes have to be embedded on somewhere on the label, the original label of my French wine or my Australian wine or my South African
Spanish
wine. I'm confused about what the legal requirement is on that, because it seems to me that's a big piece of the beverage industry in the Brigio household. I don't know about the rest of Maine.
I think we need a good answer on that, and if you don't have it, we might have to ask someone to provide that answer. And I see the industry has an opinion, but I would prefer it come from a more neutral party. So I do think we need an answer to that question. Other questions for Ms. Thank you very much for being available. Thank you. Thank you for coming back, Ms. Hopkins.
Yes, and we can certainly find that information for you.
Okay, and I believe Senator Brenner had a question, but she's being talked to at the moment. So I'll let you go ahead, Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. This is a 10-page amendment at the last minute. It's a lot. I'm having a hard time getting my head around it. Have you been able to sufficiently digest this and make sense of it? And do you have any recommended changes you'd like to see, or would you like a little bit more time?
Well, I think most of it has been discussed. I was having a little bit, I hadn't seen it in this form, so I haven't double checked it with all of my notes and the things that we did speak with the industry about, and the things that we, could agree upon. So I do have, some thoughts, some initial thoughts, and I'm happy to share those if you'd like.
Would you prefer more time to more thoroughly digest it?
Well, I'm a scientist by heart, so I would love to do a side-by-side comparison of the yellow sheet that we received and my own notes. It looks like it is the things that we discussed, other than the dates being pushed. That is not something we necessarily agree with. In order to get full commingling up and happening, the dates would have to remain where they are, we believe. So that was one piece that that we didn't, we couldn't come to consensus on. There are several other changes, as you noted. Things that we are okay with, which is, the generally accepted accounting principles versus a third-party audit. Those things we agree with those, and can get on board with that. Also, accounting for the unclaimed deposits, as long as it's clear that it's, they're being, not necessarily segregated, but accounted for so that we have a clear number. We certainly agree with the enhanced ability to enforce reporting from IODs. As you or someone mentioned, that was a major sticking point during the hearing. So being able to pull beverages that aren't reporting, that is a really useful tool for us, and we certainly are on board with that. The pickup entity reporting, also something we agree with. And beyond that, the one other piece that that Dan talked a bit about was this, the study, the refillable study. We don't believe that if somebody comes to the co-op with a plan to do refillables, we think that the money should be made available to them to try to work that problem. Minus the study. The study tells them, how can you get to your goals? It doesn't, I don't think it would preclude somebody who wants to start a refillable program. We believe they should be able to take advantage of that and move more quickly on
I
that.
guess where I was going with it is, does the department need more time with this? And should I entertain a motion to table so you can finish doing your work on it? That's kind of what I was getting at, ma'am.
Okay, I
See where I'm going,
apologize for
Sonia?
that, my long-winded
I-
answer then.
Yeah, I would say that it's not quite time for a motion to table yet. There were a couple other people who had
Mhm.
comments or questions, and I would like to have some more of that discussion before we consider whether we're going to table or not. So please hold.
Oh,
Thank you.
definitely I'll hold. I was just trying to say, do you need more time? That's what I was kind of getting at.
I'm
It's
sorry,
a lot
I-
to digest in, a brief time.
It
So,
is, and it looks like it tracks with what we talked about with them
Mhm.
for the most part.
Yep, I'll hold that motion.
Thank you. Yes, Senator Brenner, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Hopkins. I guess I have sort of a comment and then maybe a question, but having followed along with the work to date from our original modernization work a few sessions ago, I don't want to characterize it negatively, but I do feel like there's a little bit of heel dragging that has happened with the startup of the co-op, and maybe some not so complete plans submitted by the folks involved in order to get the thing up and off the ground. And that feels somewhat frustrating to me, just that, we've pushed dates back already once. We're being asked to do it again without dates in place. You don't have any levers for enforcement to get the co-op going. I wonder if there are folks within the co-op where it would make sense for the co-op to never get off the ground. And so heel dragging might be effective at getting to that outcome, and bringing the issue back to the legislature and moving dates repeatedly also continues to allow for that heel dragging to happen. So, I mean, can you share with us maybe these dates that we're being asked to change? Some of them we've already changed once.
Correct?
And can you talk a little bit about sort of the process as you've seen it from the plans that have been submitted, how complete they were, what you see as good faith efforts to get the co-op up and off the ground?
Sure. Staff has worked extensively with not just the board members from the cooperative, but also a larger working group, trying to hammer out the plan, making sure it fits statute. We've had quite a lot of input on that. We did issue a draft order and a draft updated plan to the cooperative back in January. They asked for time to review it until February 7th. We did grant that request. And they did send back, I would say, significant number of comments and suggested changes, and we're still going through those now. But I anticipate we will be issuing something very shortly.
And could you speak a little bit to how smoothly or unsmoothly the process of reimbursing the redemption centers went for bags this past summer?
I do recall there were some hiccups, but I don't know all of the specifics. That would, Brian handled most of that. I do think there were some hiccups, but I think it got ironed out. Is that correct? Yes, it's been addressed.
Other questions for Director Hopkins? Seeing none, thank you very much for being here. I do think it might be a good time for a brief caucus. And then perhaps we can answer Rep. Sobolewski's question. Hey, folks, please have a seat and calm the conversations. Thank you.
Denise, did I say?
Okay, so we're back. And oh, Representative Riley, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I mean, looking at it, appreciate the work that the bill sponsor has done. I don't really feel comfortable with the delay in dates in section 5 and some of the other aspects of this proposed amendment. I feel it's kind of watering it down some, so I'm gonna make a motion of ought not to pass.
Do I have a second? Second. Okay. So it's been, yes, oh, no, I'm sorry. We are on
2036.
this one, 2036. We're on 2036. So I want to add that I at least am a little nonplussed that given how long we've been working on this, that a 9-page amendment is brought to us a week and a half before our 100% vote deadline. That's a little difficult to swallow as well. Are there other comments or concerns before we go to a vote? Seeing none, Ms. Malsbury?
All right, and the motion is ought not to pass on 2036. Representative Bell, what is your vote?
I vote yes.
Representative Bell, it's yay. Representative Riley.
Yes.
Representative Riley, yay. Representative Schmerzel Burgess.
No.
Representative Schmerzel Burgess, no. Representative Brigio.
Yes.
Representative Brigio, yes. Representative Campbell.
No.
Representative Campbell, no. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yes. Senator Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yes. Senator Martin.
No.
Senator Martin is no. Representative Osher.
Yes.
Representative Osher, yes. Representative Sobolewski.
No.
Representative Sobolewski, no. Representative Ankleys.
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yes. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes. I have 8 in favor, 4 opposed to the motion. Is there a minority report? Okay.
Pass.
Do you want ought to pass in the original bill or ought to pass as amended with this amendment? The amendment, okay.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Malsbury. And I'm sorry, what was the count again, Ms. Malsbury?
It was 8 in favor, 4 opposed, 1 absent.
Thank you. I just wanted to get that on mic. All right. Well, with that, we are going to turn to our last bill of the day, LD 2070. And we will allow committee members to eat at the Horseshoe because it's now almost 12:30 and we haven't had a long enough break to eat lunch. So some committee members may disappear to get their lunch and come back. Just letting everyone know, but keep moving because some of our members and the sponsor of the next bill have other committees beginning at 1 p.m. So that's the reasoning for moving ahead instead of taking a real lunch break. All right, so please go ahead, Mr. Tartikoff, with your bill analysis.
Sure. LD 2070 is a bill from Representative Dill, an act to prohibit landfill expansion into wetlands. The bill prohibits the department from issuing a permit under the Natural Resources Protection Act, or NERPA, or a license under the solid waste management laws for the altering of freshwater wetlands in connection with the expansion of a solid waste landfill. Some background, as noted by the sponsor and discussed repeatedly throughout the hearing, a primary impetus for the bill is the proposed expansion of the state-owned Juniper Ridge landfill in Old Town. In October of 2024, the department issued a public benefit determination, or PBD, with conditions for the proposed expansion, which was subsequently appealed. In November 2025, the Bureau of General Services, which is under DAFS, filed an application for a phased expansion of the JRL footprint by approximately 57 acres, which is anticipated to provide 11.9 million cubic yards of additional capacity and approximately 11.3 years of additional use based on the current fill rate. The application was accepted by the department as complete for processing on December 9th of 2025. In January 2026, a Superior Court judge issued a ruling on the PBD determination appeal and remanded the decision back to the department, ordering additional fact-finding on 1, the necessity and practicability of requiring sludge drying at JRL, and 2, the cumulative environmental burdens borne by the Penobscot Nation, including the existence and condition of other landfills near it, and whether these environmental burdens and the Penobscot Nation's intimate relationship with the Penobscot River permit a finding that the proposal fulfills environmental justice. Generally speaking, proponents of the bill argue that the ongoing negative environmental impacts of JRL on the surrounding environment and people, including on the Penobscot River watershed and the Penobscot Nation, would be exacerbated by the proposed JRL expansion, and that those negative effects of the expansion on the wetlands in question cannot adequately be avoided, minimized, or mitigated. Opponents of the bill, which included the department, noted that many categories of projects impacting protected natural resources require environmental permitting, arguing the current regulatory framework under NERPA and the state's waste management siting rules, which require applicants to reduce environmental impacts through avoidance, minimization, and mitigation, is robust and more reasonable than the outright prohibition in the bill. It was also noted in testimony that the JRL property contains a number of wetland areas and that the prohibition proposed in the bill could make the current expansion proposal infeasible. Both Casella and BGS, the Bureau of General Services, did note that several alternatives were considered to account for wetlands impacts, and I'll describe those briefly. The proposal that was submitted would provide for 11.9 million yards of additional capacity and 11.3 years of additional use at JRL, and it would affect 3.75 acres of wetland. The Bureau believes this expansion would allow the landfill to continue to operate until roughly 2040 based on current fill rates. There were 4 alternatives described in its expansion application. Each would have a smaller wetlands impact, but would only provide 3.3 to 5.1 million yards of additional capacity and a shorter period of additional use. It was noted that the alternative that had the smallest wetlands impact would still affect half an acre of wetlands and provide only 3.5 to 4 years of additional use. Both BGS and Casella noted that as part of the proposed expansion, the anticipated wetland impacts would result in payments to the state of a compensation fee of $763,000. It was unclear from testimony provided that if a JRL expansion could be engineered in such a way as to avoid all wetlands impacts, given that the wetlands on the JRL property are apparently quite scattered. Some opponents of the bill suggested that the effect of its passage would be prevention of any expansion and an earlier fill-in closure of the landfill, which they believe would have a substantial and negative effect on the state's waste management system and overall disposal capacity. It was also noted in several testimonies that although the discussion on the bill centered largely around the Juniper Ridge landfill expansion, the changes in the bill would apply to an expansion of any solid waste landfill. Under the solid waste management laws, solid waste landfill is a defined term that means a waste disposal facility for the disposal of solid waste on or in land. So landfills owned by municipalities, regional associations, and commercial entities all fall under the definition of solid waste landfill. And so this bill would subject any expansion proposals at those landfills to the same prohibitions. There was testimony submitted by Waste Management, SAPI North America, and Arustic Waste Solutions raised specific concerns regarding how that broad prohibition might affect potential expansions of landfills owned by those entities. I would note that there are other provisions in Title 38 that differentiate between landfills or disposal facilities that are owned by the state, like Juniper Ridge landfill, and those that are not owned by the state, those owned by municipal, regional association, or commercial entities. As I previously noted, the expansion application for Juniper Ridge landfill was filed in November of 2025 and by letter dated December 9th, 2025, which I've attached. That application was accepted by DEP as complete for processing. Much of the testimony provided on this bill presumed that the prohibitions in the bill would apply to this expansion applications. I provided for you two statutory provisions, and I've provided them in line, that when read together suggest that the prohibitions in the bill, if enacted as currently proposed, may not apply to the expansion application, and that application would likely be reviewed under the laws and rules that were in effect on December 9th, 2025, the date that it was accepted as complete for processing. Under Section 344 of the department's rules, the governing rules regarding applications, that law reads, an application for a permit, license, or approval is processed under the substantive rules in effect on the date the application or request for approval is determined to be complete for processing. There is also another relatively old section of law under Title I, the general laws, titled Construction and Effect of Repealing and Amending Acts. I've just highlighted here the portion that I believe is relevant for the committee to consider, and it reads, actions and proceedings pending at the time of the passage, amendment, or repeal of an act or ordinance are not affected thereby. For the purposes of this section, a proceeding shall include but not be limited to petitions or applications for licenses or permits required by law at the time of their filing. For the purposes of this section, and regardless of any other action taken by the reviewing authority, an application for a license or permit required by law at the time of its filing shall be considered a pending proceeding when the reviewing authority has conducted at least one substantive review of the application and not before. For the purposes of this subsection, a substantive review of an application for a license or permit required by law at the time of application shall consist of a review of that application to determine whether it complies with the review criteria and other applicable requirements of the law, which I believe in Section 344, that section I previously read, is determined complete for processing. It is certainly true that statutory changes can be applied retroactively, and if the intent is to ensure that the changes proposed in the bill apply to the Juniper Ridge landfill expansion application, inclusion of a retroactivity clause could accomplish that goal. That being said, I do want to note that retroactively applying the prohibitions in the bill to the expansion application, which appears to be a pending proceeding as described in that Title I section, could raise legal or constitutional issues. Specifically, an applicant for a license or permit may argue that it has a vested, legally protected right under the Maine Constitution's due process clause in an application being evaluated under the laws in effect at the time the application underwent a substantive review. Here, the expansion application being evaluated under the laws in effect at the time it was determined complete for processing on December 9th, 2025. We do have a preliminary fiscal note that I have again neglected to append, even though I said I appended it, that indicates the bill as printed would result in a minor cost increase, and that any additional cost to DEP would be minor and can be absorbed within existing resources. Happy to answer any questions about that analysis or about the bill in general.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tartikoff. While everybody else ponders, I have a quick clarifying question. So what I'm hearing you say is that without a retroactivity clause, which the current bill does not contain, this bill would not apply to the application for expansion of Juniper Ridge.
That is my assumption based on the reading of those two statutory provisions that I provided. I am not an expert on application processing. I know the department, when it encounters legal issues, will consult with its counsel at the Office of the Attorney General. I don't believe that this issue was discussed in any detail during the public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Tartikoff. Yes, Representative Campbell.
Thank you. I guess I've been processing this and seeing that our second greatest crisis is waste. first being housing. I don't know that I'm ready to put this into statute. I think that the issue might be better with more information. Where we're, what, 25% plus wetlands, to simply say none. I'm not ready to do that, but if we were to turn this into a resolution and get more information on this approach to it, I'd be willing to do that.
Thank you, Representative Campbell. I have to say that for me, and I'm looking around, that the issue of what we do with our waste, how we handle it, where it goes, has been the most troubling environmental concern I've encountered this last session. And this bill only brings that to a head, and it's very troubling. And yet, unfortunately, we generate a lot of waste, and it has to go somewhere. And it's part of our job to figure out least harm on where that waste will go. Yes, Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was glad for the initial focus in your analysis about the Penobscot Nation, because that's what I'm holding in the forefront of my thinking. I do feel like my colleague's suggestion of, gathering more information. I wondered if it's appropriate if we ask the sponsor of this bill how he feels about that, if that would be appropriate, Madam Chair.
That's a good idea.
I have no problem with that. So there's a request that you come forward, Representative Dill. Thank you for being here and for being available to answer questions.
Thank you. I'm Jim Dill. I represent House District 26, which is Old Town, Penobscot Nation Voting District in Bradley.
Thank you. And so a question has been asked of how you would feel about moving this into a resolve that involves some kind of study that I don't completely know how it's been fleshed out here.
Well, I'm not sure that in this case, if we're talking all landfills, if we're talking state landfills, which is another option, state-owned landfills could be one of the options we looked at, or the concern would be timing at Juniper Ridge. Since, as was stated, there's already an application pending, and without some retroactivity clause, it would not have any bearing on Juniper Ridge, maybe. If we went to a resolution, put a study group together and gave them a year or whatever to report back next session and have the committee report out a bill if they desired, that may be worthwhile from the standpoint of other wetlands being encroached upon from landfills, which is certainly equally important. But as I say, from my district, it's, not very helpful. But I would be willing to get something out of this rather than absolutely nothing. So, our resolve would work. The question becomes, do you just look at wetlands or vernal pools, or is it the whole waste stream? And if you get into the whole waste stream, which Representative Campbell has pointed out, as has many other members of this committee, solid waste is one of our big problems. And I don't think we're going to solve it in a year, because I don't think we solved it in the last 15 years or whatever we've been trying to do this. I guess I would see it, it's a long answer to your question. I guess I would see it as certainly a baby step, maybe, towards trying to resolve the solid waste issue.
Thank you, Representative Dill. I keep wanting to call you Senator Dill. So, Representative Dill, My concern about a resolve is that it doesn't get to a baseline issue that is being addressed by the court in part, and also by what Representative Dudera said, and that is the environmental justice issues in how we dispose of our waste. And I know that's a big concern. And, I believe the commissioner had a few ideas for mitigation strategies that could potentially help with the concerns of the Penobscot Nation and anyone who lives in proximity to the landfill with the expansion. If it's all right with the committee, I would like to call up the commissioner and have her tell us some of her ideas for mitigation at the landfill, but hang around, please.
Okay.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Okay. Okay, I'm sorry, you guys need to raise your hands high.
I didn't raise it, yeah. I can't even talk thanks to you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Joe. I know.
Good afternoon, Senator Tepler, Representative Dudera, members of the committee. I'm Melanie Loisum, Commissioner at the Maine Department of Environmental Protection. What's being passed around to you is, as Senator Tepler and Representative Dudera described, some ideas that the department has put together. We were listening very closely to the issues that were brought up during the hearing on this bill. And many of those are ones that we have been hearing at the department as well. As you will recall, there was quite a bit of concern remaining, particularly related to PFAS and to sludge landfilling and sludge that contains PFAS being landfilled. There was a lot of concern regarding potential hydrologic connections between landfilled waste and our groundwater, and that discharging into our surface waters. So I will note that I have a panel of our experts who have joined me here today as well. We have a landfill engineer and a hydrogeologist in the event that you have some particular technical questions. But if you will bear with me, I can just walk through what you have here in front of you as some options for your potential consideration. These are things, in some cases, that the department believes we do have authority to put into effect now, but are not necessarily required in all cases. And so if these are things that you would want the department to require in all cases, you could put them into statute. So first would be requiring PFAS groundwater monitoring around landfills and requiring a leak detection system in new landfill cells. And so the way that this is crafted in this first section is particular to landfill expansions and new landfill cells, as you discussed, where there is a proposal to fill wetlands as part of that construction. So this would require that through the licensing process, we would determine exactly how that monitoring and testing should be done, given a variety of technical factors that we would take into consideration, but it would require leak detection and groundwater monitoring. The second section is a requirement that for sludge that is being processed, beneficially reused, or disposed of facility, where those facilities are licensed in the state of Maine, that it'd be required that that sludge be tested for PFAS. The idea behind this is in part response to the point that was raised by Maine Water Environment Association, that we need to continue to think about long-term plans for how we're going to manage our biosolids. As you will recall, Maine now has a very strict law regarding PFAS and products. We are very hopeful that we will see concentrations of PFAS in our wastewater and our sludge decline over time, but we will not be able to assess whether or not that's happening if we don't have information regarding that PFAS content in the sludge. This proposal is also connected to concerns or connected to our hope that we will see new facilities develop that are going to be designed to process sludge. As you'll recall, we have LD 25, a bond bill in proposed to provide some funding through bonding for those types of facilities. But as part of licensing those facilities, we feel like it will be important that we understand that mass balance of PFAS coming into those facilities and going out of those facilities. The next section is to require leachate treatment for PFAS at state-owned landfills. This is a requirement that we had already imposed in the public benefit determination that we issued for the Juniper Ridge expansion. In the event that there is ever another expansion of a state-owned landfill or a new state-owned landfill, we would propose that by putting this in statute, it would require that there's no longer ever a question about whether or not that PFAS treatment for leachate would be required. The next one is PFAS emission controls. So this would also be connected to those facilities that are proposing to process wastewater treatment plant sludge. We've heard some significant concern from community members in areas where those facilities are being contemplated. They are worried whether or not the PFAS in the sludge is just going to be emitted into the air. We do have some ability to require some emission control for those facilities, but this would make it very clear for the developers of those facilities to plan for that type of emission control. And that would be determined, again, through the licensing process. And then lastly, the last section is unallocated language to evaluate long-term capacity for state-owned landfill disposal. You have heard in the past references to the undeveloped Carpenter Ridge site. We hear talk about what capacity it might have. It is a very long time ago that that site was selected and licensed. It has not been developed. It is located close to the territory of the Penobscot Nation. We have concerns that if that was to be developed, it might not pass the environmental justice requirements that currently exist in statute. And so it may be a fool's errand for us to think that Carpenter Ridge is going to be a developable site for the state in the future. Our recommendation would be that we need an answer to that question. And if it is not going to work for us, then we're going to need to find an alternative solution. This would be step one of that evaluation, is to look at whether or not Carpenter Ridge could meet current standards for development. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions. Sorry, that was very fast.
It's okay. I see 3 questions from the committee. I'm going to go with Rep. Riggio, then Senator Brenner, then Representative Angeles.
Well, first of all, thank you, Commissioner, for this work. I think it's very helpful. I'd like to start with the last, and we can work our way back from there. I think that this committee today ought to take appropriate language action that takes Juniper Ridge off the table. Sorry, all you Juniper Ridge people out there, didn't mean to give you a heart attack. Carpenter Ridge off the table so that the legislature instructs that the state do what it will with that parcel of land, but it won't ever be used for a solid waste disposal facility. Why? Because of its proximity to the Penobscot Nation's lands and our respect for the concept of environmental justice as it particularly relates to the Wabanaki Nations. Thank you.
Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Rep. Riggio, for expanding on your comment. Commissioner, can you tell us with the 4th option here about the leachate treatment? To what level are you recommending we treat that leachate?
The way that this is drafted would be for us to determine that through the licensing process. You could certainly set a limitation. Generally, we approach these sort of things 2 ways. We either have a number that's the target for their discharge, or the treated leachate, or we would have some sort of technology-based requirement. So we would identify what kind of technology would be the most appropriate for the material and then what it could achieve in terms of an outcome. So those would be options for the legislature to consider if you wanted to have an actual numerical target. I think there are facilities in Maine, at least one, that now has experience with treatment of PFAS and leachate, and they've had very good success using the foam fractionation system that we've heard about being used in other locations as well. I believe a Vermont landfill has that same system. So likely a numerical target, if that's something the legislature was interested in, would be achievable.
And what would you recommend that numerical target be with foam fractionation?
I believe that at least through the data that we have to date, that achieving 20 parts per trillion for the 6 PFAS is achievable for landfill leachate.
Thank you.
Representative Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for being available. With respect to the testing in 10D, how does that work with out of state as opposed to in state? Are they treated the same?
Give me a page number, please. Sorry, Representative.
Bottom of the first page.
Okay.
Of the,
Oh,
the
10D.
testing requirement, 10D.
Yes.
Yeah.
So again, there would be some details that we could determine through the licensing for that facility. Things that we would want to take into consideration is the frequency of sampling that would be necessary to have a representative understanding of the materials. The testing could be done either by the receiver of the wastes or the generator of the wastes.
Okay, Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, have the department spoken with counsel about the retroactivity part of it, the legal issues and the constitutional issues that the analyst had mentioned earlier?
Not at length, other than that we would generally agree with Analyst Tartikoff's analysis that, our standard practice per the statutes that he cited is that the laws and rules that are in effect at the time that an application is accepted as complete for processing are the standards that we must apply to that review.
Rep. Sobolewski, I don't think anyone has proposed anything retroactive at this point.
Oh, well, it was, like I said, in the analysis, so I was
Yeah.
just wondering if they had that discussion.
Okay.
Thank you. Earlier in the public hearing, we heard about the proposed expansion of JRL, the blueprint for it, the footprint, whatever you want to call it, however it needs to be. If we're not allowed to or not able to go through with that as it's proposed, what's it going to do? And where would we put our trash?
Sure. It would, I believe, to some extent that was addressed during the hearing. If Juniper Ridge was not expanded, so their capacity we are predicting would be consumed by 2028. It would create additional pressures on other facilities that are capable of receiving those waste types. So we would anticipate more materials moving to the waste management landfill in Norwich Walk, which would consume their capacity more rapidly. And then likely it would need to be diverted potentially to other out-of-state facilities. We are aware that regionally disposal capacity is an issue. It's not an issue just here in Maine. It is an issue regionally. And so capacity is very important. I would note that we are expecting that the waste hub facility in Hamden will be able to help with processing some waste that has been getting landfilled. And that if at some point the incinerator in Orrington is able to be fully up and running, that will be an enormous benefit in terms of capacity for waste. But that seems as though that's at least a couple of years off. And so we will definitely feel a squeeze. We will have to find alternative outlets for our waste.
And lastly, Dan, did I hear correctly in this that it affects 1/3 of an acre of wetlands at Juniper Ridge? The expansion?
The expansion proposal, well, the commissioner can certainly answer that. What we were told is 3.75 acres.
3.75. That's what it is. Thank you.
Other questions from the committee for the commissioner or other comments? Yes, Representative Brigio.
Before the commissioner leaves, you mentioned that there's a bond proposal for, can you amplify what that bond proposal targets to do? And then I'll have a question.
Sure. Thank you for that question. The bond proposal is for $50 million to be used for wastewater treatment plant sludge processing facilities, which would include facilities like dryers, gasification, or pyrolysis. And so to be clear, I have heard it referred to as a PFAS bond. That is not its primary objective. The idea is that we are currently having a problem managing the volume of sludge that we are producing in the state, and that as demonstrated by the investment at the waste management facility with their condensing dryer, that investments in facilities that can process the sludge can substantially reduce its volume prior to landfilling or prior to any other pathway that it might go down. So things like dryers can reduce transportation costs. It reduces the moisture content. So there are a lot of benefits associated with processing sludge, not just management of PFAS.
And my question is as follows. Agreeing with the good representative from Orrington that our solid waste disposal issues in Maine are very highly problematic and very challenging. If you had a magic wand and you were unilaterally allowed to take $100 million out of the rainy day fund and apply it on a one-time investment towards addressing our very pressing solid waste issues going into the future, what would you do with that money?
Honestly, Representative, if I was going to try to decide what to do with that money, I would probably want to do something like a request for information to have people provide input on what kind of most modern technology and facilities we could utilize. That we're in a rut in terms of facilities. Somehow we just keep on turning to landfills, and that there are, as reflected by some of these proposals, there are citizens in the state who are very concerned about living near facilities where wastes are being managed. And if I was going to wave a magic wand, it would be that we could have the kind of facilities where people feel like they want them in their community because they're a benefit and not a harm to them. And somehow we need to figure out how to get there.
So if we were to craft an amended bill based on what we have in front of us today, that in Part A incorporated your suggestions and recommendations in the handout, and Part B continued with the idea of creating a resolve that established a process to identify challenges and solutions, I can assume that you would be supportive of the idea of incorporating into that charge for commission or whoever's going to do the study, what you just described.
Yes.
A more progressive, forward-thinking approach as opposed to what we've always done it.
Yes, and I'm going to say this tongue in cheek, and some who are listening will appreciate this, but please don't call it a blue ribbon commission because that has been done before. And that is that same hamster wheel that we seem to be on with solid waste planning.
Rep. Sobolewski, I'll call on you in one sec, but first I want to ask the commissioner, do you have a suggestion about how to get off the hamster wheel?
I think that, as I said to Representative Bergio, some of it is identifying the areas where where people are concerned about the impacts of facilities that are more modern technology, and getting those developed in the state so that people develop some confidence in them and get those up and running and operational.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. We currently have a process now where we can permit development on wetlands.
Yes.
We do. And I have two questions, but the first one is, could you tell me about that permitting process? And is there any development type that you say, no, we just are not going to do it in a wetland area?
You're hitting on one of my areas of weakness, and Director Wood has left the room long ago because this is his area of expertise. But under the Natural Resources Protection Act, we have standards that apply to when wetlands can be impacted. There are some restrictions. There are certain types of wetlands that cannot be impacted. We do require that they avoid, minimize, and then compensate for those impacts. You all have talked about wetlands compensation related to previous bills. And so we do have requirements that where wetlands are going to be impacted by development, that through the permitting process, we work with developers to try to ensure that as little impact as possible occurs. But sometimes it is determined to be an acceptable level of impact, and then they compensate for that by either doing a project that directly protects a similar amount, similar value of those natural resources in another location, or by contributing to the in lieu fee program. And then that money is distributed through an established process.
Would you expound a little bit on acceptable level of impact, please?
Yeah, that's the part where it's a little hard for me.
Yeah.
It starts to get down into the weeds, a bit of a pun intended there.
Okay. My other question is that we've heard testimony in here a number of times that Juniper Ridge wasn't supposed to grow as quickly as it did. Stopping land application of sludge really accelerated that quite a bit. 3.75 acres of wetland, considering we're a third of a state of wetland. Do you believe that it's acceptable to make an exception with the appropriate safeguards there to be able to continue their development there?
It may be. Frankly, that is an application that is currently under review by the department, and we have not made that determination yet.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I have another question for you. So I saw somewhere that the mitigation fee for the wetlands impact would be around $800,000, 798 something. What percent of the contract, or how does that compare to the amount of money that's being paid out in the contract to Casella to manage that landfill? To me, that seems like a small number for a huge organization like Casella. Like they could kind of go, 800,000, no problem.
By the contract, are you referring to the operating services agreement?
Yes, I am.
So the state does not provide any payments to Casella under the operating services agreement. So the wetland impact fee that they would pay, they would be paying out of the revenues that the company generates.
And the amount of revenues the company generates are proprietary, I assume.
That is not information that the department has.
Thank you. Representative Dudera.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I want to thank you for these ideas. I do agree with my colleague regarding Carpenter Ridge that, I would like to see that just taken off the table for development in terms of a landfill. I think that that's going backwards from everything that we've been wanting to do. But I'm wondering if the sponsor has had time to look at the commissioner's ideas, and I would just like to maybe get his take on that. And it looks like you have another question for the commissioner before I do that. Okay.
And Rep. Osher, and I have one as well. Yes, okay, Rep. Sobolewski, then Rep. Osher, then.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, the wetland impact fee, do those up for negotiation or abatement, or is there wiggle room on that? And how's that determined, actually?
We do have a ratio that we apply generally. Occasionally, some adjustments can be made depending on the nature of a project and the extent of an impact. But we do have a published schedule of those that I could send to the committee, so you could have that for reference.
Thank you.
Yes, Rep. Osher.
You mentioned that you were looking into Carpenter Ridge landfill for the future, and Rep. Briggio and Rep. Dudera were concerned, as am I, about the fact that it's upstream from the Penobscot Nation, and that doesn't really meet our goals of addressing the impact to an already impacted community. So are there plans in the from the DEP for a search for another potential site for a landfill, since we are looking at landfill maxing out at Juniper Ridge?
There are not plans by the department. It would be the Bureau of General Services that would do that. And I believe that Ms. Trundy may still be here. Yes.
Okay, I want to just quickly ask my question and then I'll turn to you again, Rep. Sobolewski. And if someone wants to hear from Ms. Trundy, she is present. So for me, I would like to know more about, and I'm not sure if this is for you or for Mr. Tartikoff, the Title 38, Section 1310 AA, subparagraph 3, paragraph E, that defines environmental justice. Can someone give me a little more information on what that looks like?
I can speak to it generally, yes, because
Okay.
I don't have it in front of me for reference. But the provision in statute that refers to environmental justice is contained in the section of law that pertains to criteria for public benefit determination for a state-owned landfill. And so one of the, amongst the criteria for consideration regarding a new or expanded landfill to be owned by the state is whether or not it would meet our long-term capacity needs. That's one of the criteria. An equally weighted criteria in that list is whether or not it would be consistent with principles of environmental justice. And there is some fairly abbreviated and broad language in the statute. So it does not provide a great deal of specific guidance for the department as to how to interpret that, but it is there in that section of law.
Do you feel that that section of law may need some more fleshing out in order for this committee to ensure that as we look at opportunities for dealing with waste, that is not abrogated?
For the department's purposes implementing that section, additional clarification and detail would be helpful.
Thank you. Okay, Rep. Sobolewski, you had another question? Yes.
Thank you, Senator. Where that is, JRL is state land under a lease with BGS, do we bear any responsibility about the land itself, the wetland? And is there any room for consideration when it comes to, the cost to deal with that wetland?
Under the operating services agreements and others, I am not an attorney and I'm not an expert in that agreement. But that agreement has a very explicit provision that the contractor, in this case Casella, takes full liability for any environmental impacts associated with their utilization of that property.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions for the commissioner? Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Commissioner Loizon. We appreciate it. And with that, I think I'll ask Representative Dill to join us again and give us a sense of whether he thinks that some of the suggestions that the commissioner had made might help to suit his purposes in this bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I'm Jim Dill, State Representative, District 26. These are great, what's been presented here, especially when it comes to PFAS. But, it's kind of one of those things as I look at this, I would be thinking that they should be doing this anyway, rather than us having to put it in law. But I'm very happy to go down that road. Let's put it into law. That does monitor to see if there's any PFAS. I assume they must be doing something similar to this for other toxins that would leach out of a landfill with their other monitoring wells. I don't know that for a fact. It certainly doesn't do anything about expansion into wetlands and destroying, wetlands. But, it's, as I said kind of before, it's a start. And as someone suggested, maybe have it 2 parts with a resolution in it. My concern about adding a resolution to it, even though I'd like to see that, the resolve, my concern would be that there'd be a physical note attached to a resolve, to put a stakeholder group together to meet. And therefore, unless it's absorbed within the department, just have 1 or 2 meetings, if that's the way it could be. put into the bill, that would be great, and have them report back in a year to see what they found about the whole issue of where do we go from here? As you've all asked, we're running out of landfill space. We need to do something new or, find another landfill. And I don't think anybody, as was pointed out, is searching for a landfill. And if you do, I don't know where you're going to put it. No one wants it in their backyard anymore. And I think if you try to do that, there's going to be an uprising locally to be able to place a landfill any place going forward if the state doesn't already own the property that would be suitable. So, but no, I'm happy that, you're trying to do something. I commend the commissioner and DEP for trying to do something with this bill. And I do appreciate that.
Thank you for that, Representative Dill. Are there any other questions for Representative Dill in regards to this bill? He did mention, I think, Rep. Brigio's comment about the resolve being attached. Yes, Senator Brenner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Dill, in 2024, you brought a bill in front of us that we amended and passed that included PFAS leachate treatment that the governor vetoed. And in her veto letter, she said we didn't need to bring drinking water standards to leachate. How do you imagine we would accomplish this goal given that previous veto? And how can we move past that block?
I don't believe that, and I don't remember the numbers, but I'm not sure that the leachate level that the commissioner stated was drinking water standard leachate.
So if I may, Madam Chair?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, so the current proposal here doesn't state a level. Drinking water standard currently in Maine is 20 parts per trillion. And the thought is that there is foam fractionization capacity to treat to 20 parts per trillion.
Right.
So what would be your thought on a level stated in statute versus leaving it up to the department?
Well, if you're going to state that it's drinking water level, if the governor thinks that that's not appropriate, then I would say leave it up to the department to come up with that, even though I would certainly like to see it be drinking water because the leachate is going where? Does it get into the drinking water, the leachate? And if it is, you're adding higher levels of PFAS to the drinking water.
Gets into somebody's drinking water.
Right. I'll leave that up to the wisdom of the committee.
Okay, other questions for Representative Dill? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I, at this point, think unless there's someone on the committee who specifically wants to hear more information from someone, it might be time for a caucuses.
Second that, yeah.
Okay, so probably not more than 10-ish minutes for caucus, but well, we'll see. 5 to 10 minutes for caucus.
Good. Well done.
Oh, no. Dan, can I talk to you for a second? Oh, thank So welcome back to the Environment and Natural Resources Committee. We had some caucus discussions on LD 2070, an act to prohibit landfill expansion into wetlands. And now Representative Dudera would like to say something.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate all the discussions that we've had this afternoon and all the questions that everyone has asked. And especially appreciate the work that the commissioner did on her amendment options. And I would like to propose to pass as amended with some suggestions from this amendment that I'd like to go over. Options. So I propose that we accept what the commissioner has suggested here for LD 2070 with a couple of changes on page 2, where.
So I just want to clarify, Representative Dudera, this is a complete scratch and rewrite
thank you.
of the current bill.
Yes, thank you. That's
Okay.
important. Yep. So on page 2, under C, a new or expanded solid waste landfill facility owned by the state will not meet the standards unless leachate from the facility is treated to reduce the concentrations. And we want to put in there to 20 parts per trillion. So have a standard in there that is being met. And then the red sections are fine, except for the unallocated language. I suggest that we strike that. And I would like to add somewhere here that would be incorporated into statute that the state-owned Carpenter Ridge site shall not be used for landfill purposes, period. Should the state decide to sell its interest in Carpenter Ridge, the abutting Penobscot tribes shall have a right of first refusal. And then the second part of this new amended bill would be, as Representative Dill talked about, a stakeholder group, the formation of a stakeholder group who would discuss next best steps for waste disposal in Maine, as we know that this is a very pressing issue, and the department would convene that group.
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded, ought to pass this amended, with all the amendments that the commissioner has suggested, with the exception of the final section. I think we just probably need Dan to go over very specifically his understanding of what we're now creating as a bill, so that we know that he understands what we intend. Yes, Rep. Brigio.
I think I'd just like to have one question clarified by the commissioner, and that would be whether or not the stakeholder group we're talking about here is going to result in a fiscal note, or there is a way to avoid that.
Yes, please join us, Commissioner. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Again, I'm Melanie Loisum from the Department of Environmental Protection. Short answer is yes, probably. It depends on, it depends on how you frame it and what we're assigned to do. I would have to take a look at our solid waste reporting requirements. We give you an annual report. We do have to do a 5-year update to the waste management plan. We did the last one 3 years ago. So if it was rolled into that already required, like every 5-year planning process, then it probably would not.
Would it be fair to ask you to work with the analyst as he drafts the language in such a fashion that we do our best to avoid the fiscal note?
I would be happy to.
Yes.
Rep. Campbell has just given me a good idea that perhaps I withdraw the motion to include that this stakeholder study, be part of that 5-year look back, 5-year review. I'm wondering about your thoughts on that.
That if you instead were to direct us to incorporate that as our consideration in the 5-year update to the waste management plan, yes.
Okay, so
Or do we want to be less specific than that and allow the commissioner and Dan to work together to find the least costly solution while still allowing for some stakeholder meeting and input?
but it's my understanding that if it's part of that already process, then it's not even going to be a question. And I would love to have us all avoid that even being questioned and possibly thrown out.
Okay.
I would just, I hadn't looked at the statute either, but the 5-year plan, by definition, is done every 5 years. If the intent is to receive this next year, I'm not sure that's when the next update is due. So it would be a longer, like 2 years. So you could make it part of the annual plan, which is due January of each year, but I don't know if that presents other issues.
How would that work, Commissioner, the annual plan?
That would be some additional burden. When we do the 5-year update, we do a stakeholder engagement process. So that's why doing it as part of the 5-year update would not be additional burden on the department. We would incorporate that as part of the priority for that analysis. So if I might, maybe it would be helpful for Dan and I to try to frame something up for you all.
You can always write within existing resources, but that may not solve the problem for you.
Thank you, Dan. Yes, I see Senator Brenner and then Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. To the other 5 points around some increased testing and management of PFAS emissions, those sorts of things. Will you need additional resources in the department in order to accomplish those goals from an FTE perspective or other costs?
No, we could absorb those within existing resources.
Thank you.
Rep. Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, require leachate treatment for PFAS at state-owned landfills. They ship that stuff out. So they just put it on their tanker trucks and send it out to be processed. So can you help me understand what you're getting at here with treatment?
Sure. So regarding the Juniper Ridge landfill, in our public benefit determination, we identified that they would need to have PFAS treatment of their leachate. They could either do that on site or it could be done at the receiving facility. Their leachate now is being taken to the Nine Dragons wastewater treatment plant.
That's right. It is. Additionally, under the second section here, require PFAS testing of all sludge. Can we add to that, tested by the generator?
You could.
Would that work? I mean, that won't slow things down at the facility. So testing at the generator, and then you guys through your rulemaking or through your process, figure out what that reporting looks like.
And to clarify, as we had discussed, Representative, I think that is, we were anticipating that if this were to pass, there would need to be some arrangement made between the receiving facilities and generators, because it would not make sense for them to receive the waste and then test it, because it would hold up potentially the processing of it.
And that's how it's traditionally done. It's tested at the generator, and then they get the information like a JRL, what the content is, and make their reciprocal agreements accordingly.
Are there department funds or any other kind of funds that might help facilitate municipal wastewater plants with paying for that additional PFAS testing?
Not that we currently have. We do have some PFAS testing monies that you could direct us to redirect, but those would be the monies that we're currently using for the study regarding the sludge land application impacts.
And it's my understanding that that isn't really a real big deal. I mean, it's right there. They scoop out and, put it through their testing. I don't believe that was big. I've toured a lot of those facilities.
I've toured them as well, but I think to send the sludge to a lab to test for PFAS will cost.
They don't send it to a lab.
They can test for PFAS on site.
They test on site.
Yes, Commissioner, can you help me understand this a little bit better?
Every load they load up, they don't
One sec. So-
test it.
Um, unfortunately, I don't think there's any wastewater treatment plant operators here in the room, so I hesitate to speak for them and what their practices are. I know some of them are conducting tests that they are sending to laboratories. There may be some that have developed an analytical capability on site. There are certainly other analytes that they test for. I'm not aware of any that are testing for PFAS on site, but that may be a capability some of them have developed. I would say also that what we are envisioning here is that this is not every load. I think that that would be an unreasonable burden on them, that the department would anticipate figuring out what an appropriate schedule would be so that we were getting representative data, but would want to be careful about applying this in a way that minimized the burden for the treatment plants, because as you've discussed previously, they're already struggling with increased costs.
Yes, and those costs lay on taxpayers, municipal taxpayers, property taxpayers. So that is a concern that I have.
So.
Yes, Rep. Sobolewski.
Some of the other side is that is when the load of sludge gets up there. What do? Line them up and make them all sit there and wait? They test hundreds of thousands of pounds or tons a day, 300,000 tons a day, multiple trucks. And I know that, like, for instance, at Juniper Ridge, they know what the PFAS content of the load is when it comes, so they can make a reciprocal agreement on the leachate, sending it back.
Well,
So I
Okay.
don't know.
well, the purpose of testing, as I understand it at this point, is for the department to have more information about the levels of PFAS in our systems fundamentally. So I just have some concerns about laying those costs on taxpayers. And I'm wondering about property taxpayers in particular. And it's just something I want to think about a little bit. I don't know if anybody else has concerns or thoughts about that. Nope. Okay, well, if Rep. Riggio doesn't have a concern, maybe I shouldn't. Yes, Rep. Dudera.
Well, I have to say, I think it almost makes more sense if it's tested before it gets to Juniper Ridge, because then say there is an issue with it, then what's Juniper Ridge going to do with it then when it's, anyway, I think we can figure this out offline.
Rep. Riggio.
That most of the wastewater treatment facilities that I'm familiar with have a lab. And so in all likelihood, if they're provided with the equipment, the proper equipment, it's not going to be an extraordinary burden on a well-run wastewater treatment facility to do PFAS testing if they have the proper equipment. Now, that may be a whole other discussion about, how sophisticated and expensive that equipment is. But
I'm concerned, Rep. Riggio, because it's my understanding there are only 2 labs in the entire state capable of testing for PFAS.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
there's more now.
Commissioner, you can
Senator
correct me
Brennan?
if I'm wrong, but we funded the development of a number of labs with some substantial financial support. So there are more than 2 available at this point.
I would phone a friend on that question if you don't mind.
I've noticed Director Miller sitting back there shaking or nodding depending on the conversation. So I'll ask her to please be your friend that we phone.
I can try to answer this. Hi, Suzanne Miller, Director for the Bureau of Remediation and Waste Management. I will do my best to factually answer this. I believe there's like 3 labs that we have funded to have capability to sample for PFAS in Maine. I think we also gave some money to some other services that could act as either a courier or transport some samples to services in Maine. So there's kind of a couple different kind of categories. So I think that's the answer you're looking for.
And how much would it cost a municipality to sample their sludge for PFAS testing, say, once a month?
I'm looking to phone a friend as well.
All right, all the friends, we need to phone.
Travis. Loosen on Travis.
Hi there, my name's Sean Doherty. I'm the Hydrogeology Unit Manager in the Division of Technical Services at the Maine DEP. And so we do quite a lot of PFAS testing. We get special contract rates because of the volumes that we do in-house. I think our current rates for a PFAS test are in the range of $150 per test, but I think that people on the outside are paying approximately twice that number for each individual test.
Thank you very much. That is helpful information. We appreciate your being here. Any other questions for our hydrogeologist? Seeing that. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just want to say it's
Reverend
nice to welcome a new face.
Well, thank you.
Gio. Yes, we may have to call you back in the future. Thank you. And thank you both, Commissioner and Director Miller. Okay. Okay, interesting. All right.
So you
So
were going to read back. He was going to read back.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead.
So,
Mr. Torgo.
so the motion is ought to pass as amended to replace the bill with the document the department handed out today. The changes to that document are the PFAS treatment for landfill leachate will be treated to the 20 part per trillion standard for the 6 PFAS that we've talked about in other contexts. The unallocated language section at the end will be removed. There will be some sort of inclusion in statute of a prohibition on the development of the Carpenter Ridge site as a landfill, and a stipulation that any sale or transfer of that property must include a right of first refusal. I'm guessing to the Penobscot Nation. I'm not actually familiar with the site. And then you want unallocated language to direct DEP to convene a stakeholder group to discuss sort of next steps for waste disposal in the state. I'll work with the department on ensuring that I don't inadvertently change the meaning of all these statutory changes, as well as the development of that stakeholder group. It's the intent of the motion that the stakeholder group will not require additional fiscal costs of the department. Is it also the intent that there would be a report of some kind that incorporates those findings submitted to the next legislature in early 2027 with authority for legislation? Is that the goal? Okay.
I guess, yeah, I just am concerned that early 2027 might be a bit early for that, but I guess we could start with that. It's I mean,
We can.
it's a
revisit.
huge problem to resolve. And I guess I'm not convinced that 6 to 9 months is enough. Yes. Dara.
Perhaps we can all ponder that, and then when it comes back for language review, if we want to change that little bit of it, we could.
Okay, thank you. All right, so are we ready for, yes, Rep. Lasky,
The
yes.
testing on site, where did we land on that?
I think we're holding with it for now, with testing at the generation site. And we'll just, have to think about that between now and language review and whether there's, a real issue with that. Maybe we'll hear from municipal wastewater treatment folks about it.
Keeping it generation set.
Does that make sense to you?
Generation.
Yes, testing at the generation site. Rep. Angeles?
Just want to comment since we seem to be right at the end. I think we managed as a committee to take a bill that I probably couldn't have supported as drafted. and turn it into a way to improve how we deal with PFAS in the state. And I think taking something and not only making it into a short-term win for everybody, but also adding elements that incorporate long-range planning around the management of what is the dark horse policy time bomb of the state of Maine, which is our solid waste capacity. I think it's actually quite good work, honestly, considering how contentious this subject was last year in the legislature. And so I'm glad to support this motion. And I just wanted to say that on mic.
Okay. I believe we'll have a brief caucus for the Republican, 3 minutes, Rep. Campbell says. Yes.
Come
And
on. Win for the team.
yeah, and I will follow up with something I wanted to say.
Okay.
And with that, the Environment and Natural Resources Committee is back. We've been having sort of an internal discussion about whether setting a standard of 20 parts per trillion is necessary in the bill, or whether the department will set that amount. And so I think there are some people who'd like to speak to that. So I will ask Rep. Sobolewski or Rep. Campbell to speak to that issue.
Thank you very much, Senator. On the required PFAS testing of all sludge, they're adding in at a 20 parts per trillion level for for leachate, I think goes too far. I asked in the PBD that they have done, they added a remediation of PFAS in it. I asked what the levels were in that
What's a
PBD.
PBD?
Public benefit determination.
Okay,
That's-
thank you.
That's the determination of expansion for
Okay,
Juniper Ridge.
yeah.
And when they went through and they started working that, they put in a requirement for PFAS treatment in that PBD. They have it down, like Juniper Ridge has it down in Vermont. They already do it there. So it would mirror that. So in that PBD,
Juniper Ridge in Vermont, you mean Casella?
Casella has a facility in Vermont.
Okay.
And they have a PFAS remediation on site there. And that was the requirement in the PBD, that they put one here as well. I asked the commissioner what the levels were of it, and those are levels that are going to be set by the department as appropriate as the department makes the rulemaking on it. That's how licensing, on it. So the department's going to be determining what is the appropriate levels for it. If we remove that part of from the bill, then I will support it.
I see a lot of nodding around the table. I guess I would ask, I don't know whether to ask the commissioner or Director Miller or Director Hopkins to come up and sort of respond to this thought and a question I have. The commissioner, okay. The big guns.
Good afternoon again. I'm Melanie Loisum from the department. Could you?
Yes, Commissioner, my question is, how likely is it that you would, in your process, find that a level higher than 20 parts per trillion was appropriate for the leachate?
That would be hard to say. We would be looking at what is being accomplished by similar technologies at other facilities. So as we talked about, we would be interested to see what's being accomplished at the Vermont landfill. We would look at what's being accomplished at other landfills with PFAS treatment. And so that is primarily what would help to guide our decision on that. We would also be comparing the characteristics of the leachate generated at Juniper Ridge specifically to those other facilities, because the leachate's going to differ from facility to facility. It is also possible we might be building in some requirements for that to be continued to be evaluated over time and potentially revised in the future as technologies change. So it would be hard for me to predict whether we would certainly be below 20 parts per trillion or if it might be a higher number with some conditions set on that.
But the technology, the fractionation that you've discussed is capable of getting the leachate to 20 parts per trillion?
We have seen data for landfill leachate that is being treated with foam fractionation that has been below 20 parts per trillion for the 6 PFAS.
Okay, and that's your intention for this situation?
That is what we are anticipating will be proposed as the technology to be used for the Juniper Ridge leachate. Yes.
Thank you. Rep. Angeles.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just to flip it on its head for a second, Commissioner, if technology continues to advance and your department doesn't have a number, but does instead have the ability to determine on a case-by-case scenario what the number is it possible in the future you could go below 20 because technology got good enough and affordable enough to do so
That's
in the
certainly-
future?
I would hope so.
And it wouldn't require us to come back and change the statute at that point?
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to see where that went. Thank you.
Representative Sobolewski.
Thank you, Senator. That's with the foam refractionation. They also have resin, single-use carbon, regenerative carbon. They have different processes for this. So not everyone does the exact same process. And as it is, advancing and the next generations come along, they're not all the exact same testing level right now.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Senator. Yeah, I guess I'm not comfortable with setting levels in the bill, but very comfortable with the department determining that.
Thank you. Other comments?
I'd just like to
Senator?
echo, yes, I'd just like to echo what Representative Campbell just said.
Yes, Rep. Dudera.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I feel in the interest of getting a unanimous report, which would be great on this, and some echoing some of what Rep. Angeles said about how this has been divisive in the past. And I feel like we're coming together not only to help our communities, again, taking what Representative Dill had put forward and acknowledging this as an issue, and yet doing something, not exactly what he said, but doing something about it. And, perhaps preventing an anxiety for the tribes around Carpenter Ridge, eliminating that. I feel like there's a lot of good in this bill. So in the interest of getting a unanimous report, I'd be happy to change my motion to eliminate that 20 parts per trillion.
And who was my second on that? Okay, and so will you accept that friendly amendment? Okay, so we'll pull the 20 parts per trillion out as specified and leave it to the department in this bill. And I guess, are we ready for a vote? Does anyone have anything? The only other thing I want to say is I recognize that this is not exactly what the Penobscot Nation had hoped for, and that there are issues with environmental justice in this expansion of Juniper Ridge. Unfortunately, there's a rock and a hard place here. And we hope, I think, that this bill will at least do some good in protecting the people who live around Juniper Ridge and in protecting the Penobscot watershed. So thank you. And with that, thank you, Commissioner, for coming back and forth. You're getting your exercise today.
All right, the motion is ought to pass as amended on 2070. Representative Bell, what is your vote?
Yes.
Representative Bell, yay. Representative Riley.
Yay.
Representative Riley, yay. Representative Brigio.
Yes.
Representative Brigio, yay. Representative Campbell.
Yes.
Representative Campbell, yes. Representative Dudera.
Yes.
Representative Dudera, yay. Senator Tepler.
Yes.
Senator Tepler, yay. Senator Martin.
Yes.
Senator Martin, yay. Representative Osher.
Yes.
Representative Osher, yay. Representative Sobolewski.
Yes.
Representative Sobolewski, yay. Representative Ankleys.
Yes.
Representative Ankleys, yay. Senator Brenner.
Yes.
Senator Brenner, yes, that's unanimous in favor of the motion. 11 voting, 1 absent, 2 absent.
Tuesday and not Wednesday.
Okay, well, we don't know about that yet. Okay. So with that, I believe, do we have any language review for today?
I don't have any today.
Okay, thank you. We basically completed our work, but we will be meeting again next Tuesday, following session. And whether or not we meet on Wednesday will depend on the level of work that's done by Tuesday, I believe. And that would be it, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, we'll do language reviews as they come after the 100% vote deadline on the 13th. We need approval to meet for more than language reviews. Guys, can you guys quiet down?
Yeah, please, we're trying to hear our analysts. Thank you.
March 13th is 100% vote deadline. After that time, there'd need to be approval from the presiding officers to meet for anything other than language review or discussion of table priorities, but I don't have any information right now on how that table priority process is going to work. So really just language reviews following the work next week on the final committee bill.
And does the committee want to meet for language review, or does the committee want to do it?
Let's talk about it on Tuesday.
Okay, we'll
I wanna
probably meet. Okay, we'll meet for
Yeah,
language
at some
reviews.
point, it will become necessary to conduct reviews by email.
Yes,
But typically the committees will try to conduct them in person as long as possible.
Can we do
Thank
them by
you.
Zoom If we don't do them here in person?
I don't believe we have that that
That's a great idea.
permission to
I
do
like
that.
that idea.
Oh, well, maybe you guys could go get it.
You'll feel better in a couple days, Senator.
I just want to say good work, committee.
Yes, thank you, everybody. I feel like it was a very successful day.